Buongiorno. Buongiorno, buongiorno. Hello, Twitch chat. Hello, hello, buongiorno. Test, test. Working just fine. Let's go. LFG go. We're playing a modern preliminary with a Song of Creation, which is what I do nowadays on this stream. I play Song of Creation. How was my weekend? It was fine. First, we went to my cousin's wedding. It was a fine experience. Then we went to Warsaw for a concert of a rapping personality, BB No Money. And she played Bracia Golec z Cierniska as a joke for a moment, and it was really fun and overall a good, fun experience. They poke with a kiss, yeah, kinda. I don't. Bern Bros. We are on Simic Charm, yeah, for science. So can 10-1 make treasures? Oh, fucking Bern Bros. I might want to mulligan. Although this has pretty high upside versus Baron, you can fetch Breeding Pool. Explosives, the offer. Then you can Glittering Wish. Maybe mulligan is better. It'd be funny if they actually playing blue-white or something. Playing Baron by the way, and like they want Flooded Strand. Fuck you, bro. I think I'll mulligan against Baron if like with that knowledge. Oh, Songster. Just a cradle. Really gifted, so now we have to win real hard. 2-0, 2. Probably move to 5. Like this, unfortunately, the Ave Maya plus 2 strike range does not function too well. Okay, keep this, put this back, and this back. So good. Good day, Jean Star. $20 life. I mean, whenever I play against Ben, I just wish people would have 40 life points to begin with, begin the game. Because 20 is so few, it's insane how little is that. If we draw 0 drop, we can combo on the next turn. Actually, we don't need to draw 0 drop. Then maybe win. If we don't die. Rush only 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we can survive. My opponent has no Eidolon, no 1-drop cards. They have Searing Blaze, like Searing Blaze land, Boros Charm, or better even Lightning Helix. They should make a format with 40 life points and bigger decks. Maybe even more players, maybe, yeah. Good idea. It seems like we just need to lack. Just need to draw well off these explosives. We can't pay 2 life for the offer. So no point in playing a land yet. Let's go. Let's go. Disappointing. Hey, look, we found a reason to play the land first. Well, I have 2 lives, so I couldn't have played a blue source first. So there was no reason to play a land first because of that. I know there is a reason to play the land first because of the offer in general, but, you know, I can't shock in because I would die. Because I'm at 2 life. So that was a reason. Wow, we would have whiffed anyways. Oh, I could have played a sprawl then. Didn't really need Grapeshot against Baron, right? Wasn't better to fetch for percentage of outs. It was not, no. Because I want to play Gemstone Mine to be able to produce red if I draw a Gemstone Mine. And I can only fetch a forest, that's like, does not let me cast Strike It Rich. Should we play Misses and 1 island, or is island bad? Island is too bad in the deck. It's way too bad. Because you're trying to curve Strike It Rich into Glittering Wish, that does not function with island. I tried like island or Tawara, and drawing them was so bad every time. But yeah, I guess this game, like if we had that, we could win. Although we still would have fizzled. No, I guess we could. Well, unclear. We likely would have fizzled still. But we're also playing 8 fetches. And because we're trying to curve Strike It Rich into Glittering Wish, we need Sacred Foundry into, like, because we want Utopia Sprawl, so we want forests. So we want our basics to be forests. So we want to go Sacred Foundry to play Strike It Rich, into forest to play Glittering Wish. So all of the fetches want to be green, and then all of the fetches idly fetch Sacred Foundry, which is only achieved if you play Windswept Heaths and Wooded Foothills. Keep. There is actually a decent amount of thought put into the mana base. And like the Gemstone Mine's purpose is being the colored source when you're at like low lifestyle being attacked and you need to play your land to produce green, to produce, excuse me, blue or red. And that's also what counter does. You can filter green into useful color. Sepole. Searing Blaze left in the deck. Interesting. Can we draw lands? We can't. Yeah, I was waiting for him to play the Bracia Pierdolec version of Ścierniska, but didn't came into fruition. Why are the Searing Blaze in hand? That's weird. Any thoughts on the Amun-Ra earnings? Well, that is lots of money. It's all my thoughts. Games on mine is really poor here. Dios mio, I can't even... Like, if this was a real A land that doesn't sacrifice itself, I'll go Pact and Offer. But that was so bad for me right now. Dios mio. Oh my. Any land looks bad if it's your only one. I think to a greater extent, this one does, though. Yeah, good thing they don't have stuff. But a Searing Blaze in hand. Just a bit puzzling. How many subs are you gifting at a 2-0? I don't.
He's a phenomenal control player.
We had 4 life, Baron with 4 cards in hand. So I'm gonna have Word there. I think you should go. Yeah, I can pack the cast something. Could also go explosives, counter it. But then I start with no 0 drops to cast. I think we should just go because like all seems fine. Seems wise. Can play 2 lands, withdraw lands. Like maybe my opponent's holding on Word there. Stuff like that. Okay, let's do. We have 2 land drops, so. Wait, what? Okay, so I have Word there indeed. So keep all 4 pacts. But it's weird that they waited. Right, pretty weird that they waited, but. Yeah, I really wanted the full value from Werther. But it's good to know that Werther is here. But now he should be comboing fully. I have another blue cards. So his mind collapsed. Then we're going to offer this. Now we can snap back the endurance. One, two, three, four offers shuffled. So let's find the counter. Let's make one extra mana just in case of weird shit happening. I can see the subs coming, yeah. So do you think opponent boarding in Werther is an upside for me or a downside? It's probably good. It's probably like plus win rate for them. Well, although I don't know. Honestly, could be both. Because if I keep the 4 packs of negation, then just kind of walk into that. Yeah, like Vortex is so good anyways. Like, of course, assuming that you spend Tear on like first possible opportunity. Of a Simic Charm for it. You have the bolt, you have ramp, you take 3 damage. Baldy Guide. The way has no beginning and no end. It is simply the path. And before deflecting palm will master the way for sure. Playing kept Searing Blaze. I don't really want the counter. I think straight capitals is doing as good as a society. I'm not sure if I feel super fully equipped to give a nuanced and informed opinion. Although it does appear like individuals trying to gain power is somewhat of a common human theme. So I don't know to what extent is that avoidable. Also, I have a few new emotes, chat. For example, this. No weź się odczep, no. 2 idolony. Jakie to mam pokonać? Wszystko, no to jest jakieś chore. Fetch the mountain. Straight capitalism is the opposition to of homosexual capitalism. Yeah, I guess. Let's go rolling vortex. I need to dodge hard. Need my opponent's hand to be full of Werthers and similar. I'm guessing Gacha is good when you have to combo through an idol as you can cast a wish. I don't think Gacha helps much. Unless you mean Grape Shot, but you just can't cast enough spells. Okay, 1 life. Don't kill me, bro. It's kinda close, like that one card. Honestly, like, bros, Burn is so unfair. So overpowered. Did Song of Creation finally deserve its 5-star Knit rating? Yeah. Is Catcher better than Noxious Revival? I think so. Noxious Revival doesn't like offer a very good effect unless you're playing as exactly Thoughtseize. But even then, you go down a card that's frequently you can't really afford that.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Oh shit, debated. Got the gifted subs anyways. Thank you very much, Koopa King.
Player.
Thank you very much for the games.
He's a phenomenal control player. 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 He's a phenomenal control player.
I play it too many times and you always edge me 1,
He's
2.
A phenomenal control
We often play Burn. I remember that we probably play a bunch, but
He's a phenomenal control player. He's a phenomenal control player.
The Searing Blaze, but I actually had it if I didn't wear it there.
Control player.
What?
He's a
Searing Blaze is not gonna
player.
like matter. Cause you...
He's a phenomenal
I would have the
player.
the Pact of Negation
He's
at that point where I'm going to be enduranceing most likely.
He's a phenomenal control
20
player.
gifts, I guess that means you won 2. Oh, good job, Kani, yeah. How come the daily sub gifts gold didn't go up? Well, look now.
Player.
Figured, but it was still a shot for sure,
He's
yeah.
a phenomenal control
also,
player.
probably should cast Wear. Like, no need to fuse, right? Just Wear ASAP.
Control player.
Alright, burn the stuff. Miraculously won game 2, but then, like, just die to Eidolon. Tough life. Tough life. So there's 4 more matches going on. Maybe we can double queue in a league. Yeah, the second Eidolon. Obviously great. I think we would have won through 1. Stack just concedes to Baron. Well, concedes to an extent. Like, you can win on turn 2, right? So how bad your Baron matchup can be, as bad as your odds of winning on turn 2 are, which are not great. They're here. Oh, look at decklist. Yeah, there's plenty of decklists to look at. There was a weekend of challenges happening, notably infested by Hammeronis. That's not what I wanted to request. Yeah, Focal Creativity won. That deck, I just... Imagine playing that deck against Baron. Yes, Blood Control is Shredder with no DRC typically. That's like... Yeah, well, typically that's how it lists it. So Merita is actually like 12%, 13% even. Burn, the second most popular item. Bring in your life gains. Regent, Burn, Hammer, Shadow, Titan, Warriorion. 6%, so that places here. Okay. I wish I would stop with the fake splits, because I just split it into 3 decks that are the same. 4-color Blink Yorion. Okay. 5-color Omnath. Holy shit build with this 3 Supreme Verdicts. Jesus Christ, but nonetheless, it is the same deck, so I guess this is the second most popular deck, but it splits it into 10% into 3 different categories. Thank you, MTG Goldfish. That's 13% Murktide, 10% Yorion. Then it's 10% Cascade. It's 20% Ragavan with this. No, 5 color Omnath is just, I mean, the deck it shows here is just a normal deck. Is Burn even good or just cheap? Burn has infinite matchup stat. That are great. Similar decks, 2-4, 4 color Blink Yorion. 2 Mishas Wobbles with Traversible Benval. Interesting. 10 Rack. And that's some like mislabeling. Rolling for some reason has beat 4 color pass so many times for me. Yeah, Rolling Vortex is impossible to beat. For them, it's so hard to answer. I think it's not even necessarily a joke because I think the 10 rack name appears pretty often. And I think that's because alphabetically 10 rack would be the first name to appear, so people just don't choose the name. Collecting Palm is also very annoying to play around for Hammer most of the time. Yeah, I mean, with the Bluebirds with Spell Pierce, I really think it's not a huge problem. It's pretty manageable. You can also play around it by like having 2 hammer creatures, etc. But yeah, it's not a dead card in the matchup. I think it was more of an issue for the Blackbirds where you didn't want Fotzies. Besides that, okay, let's look at deck lists. Phil Helmuth won 5k SCG Con. Did you go to the SCG Con? It's SCG Con these nuts. Wait, that does not quite work. Wow, both challenges won by Lotus Field. Broken deck. Saturday. Let's go from the bottom. Tullio Jodi. That person just plays Merfolk since the dawn of time, I think. For Charter Course. I mean, yeah. Mom, can we have some expressive iteration? We have expressive iteration at home. Expressive iteration at home. It's fine, it's Yorion deck. I mean, it doesn't really matter, as deck cards are the same. It could be Yorion deck or could not be Yorion deck. Still a bit surprised that Benthic Biomaster is preferred to the Merfolk Dog Hand, the Rishadan Dog Hand. It seems like. Yeah, also Ethervial Yorion Synergy, 26k lands plus 4 DFCs, 2 mutagenic growths against the bold decks. Nice. 2 threats of disloyalty with Spooky Jace, Spooky Big Jace. The most surprising thing about this deck is that it's from 2022 and not like 2012. It's a Yorion deck. The Mutagenic is for the Fury decks too, yeah. Folklore Omnath, which is actually BTL Scapeshift. Always confusing nomenclature. Those decks have so few spells in them. It's like 28 lands, grazers, planeswalkers, prismatic ending iteration. That's kind of all that there is. Pretty funny. I think it's not the worst of a deck. Zatora's Proving Ground. Why are you playing this? No, seriously, why is the Zatora's Proving Ground? Is, I guess, to cast T-Belt or Valky. And maybe Zatora's is better than Savai. Triumph. Yes, Zatora is the Jund one. I am wearing a t-shirt right now that I got for yesterday in mail from the new Kappa Championship. I can't see shit because I don't see shit. It did come through FedEx, yeah. And it actually has Zatora on it with lots of reaches. I was getting notification from FedEx that my package is going to arrive on Friday. I think it's always Friday. And then it doesn't arrive on Friday and it arrives on Monday anyway, so I don't know why they bother. I don't understand why they like always put a notification like that, but they are always late. What else did I get? 6 booster packs of 6 draft boosters of New Capenna. Not even collector boosters, just draft boosters, which I don't know, they expect me to draft with myself. I just opened them. And I opened a whole lot of nothing in there. And also got a playmat with the same artwork and the Velcro patch. Like you get a Velcro patch for every tournament, MPL related tournament that you can put on a Velcro backpack that you got at the beginning. I actually got 2 of those backpacks by accident, so I can have 2 fully Velcro patched backpacks. Yeah, Chad, do you want a backpack giveaway with like New Capenna Velcro? This is the Velcro patch for the championship. Like there, I have the same with Kamigawa logo and with Innistrad logo, I think. Well, I should have it somewhere. I'm actually not sure where it is. Maybe I lost it. And I have some other ones, including a patch for I think the Challenger Gauntlet, which I shouldn't have received. But there was other Polish player named Piotr playing in that Challenger Gauntlet, so I received the package that was supposed to go to them. Which was an MH2 box, and I think the patch. Didn't you try to contact Pierre to give it back? No, I mean I got the package. I didn't realize it's supposed to be for him because it was addressed for me, right? It said Piotr Gogowski on the package. So I said, well, I guess it's for me. I didn't know why though. But I opened the box. I opened a Ragavan, so I was happy. And then like later in the evening, he has seen on Twitter that I opened the box that I got randomly, and I tweeted about it, and he said, "Hey, I think your package was actually for me." And I said, "Lol, I guess that makes sense because I didn't understand why I received it." But I think they sent him an extra one to make up for that. I did not have to give back my Ragavan. 30th place, demonic tutors. Nothing interesting at the Yawgmoth list. Am I going to try to qualify an arena with the draft, or are you already? I don't fully understand the arena system, and I have no willingness to reinstall arena to do so. Two Amogus of the Moon. Not even a stomping ground to cast it, just Amogus. Berneroni, tough matchup. But yeah, I don't really have wave willingness to continue my adventure on MTG Arena. I think I will be focusing on the non-MTG Arena routes. Like I already got my bajillions of dollars from MTG Arena. How much else can it provide me with? And it fails at bringing enjoyment, so it seems like a wise route for me. It's a very nice list, but I would play for Explore. And I would play the other Hasteland, but that's fine. What is the thing you don't like from Arena? The formats? It's everything. It's the formats, it's the UI, it's the economy, it's the lack of stakes, it's the lack of feeling like you're participating in something meaningful. It's lack of regularly scheduled modern challenges. This everything piling on and on. It's the frustration that I feel when I play against somebody with a weird off meta deck, and I don't know if they're just playing some bullshit that they don't care about, or if they're a genius and broke the meta. But I have no way to know that, and I don't know if they're just wasting my time or actually owning me, and there's no way to know. At least see some value in Arena if they had leagues. I do enjoy the leagues more so, but I don't know. There's like at this point there's so many things that I don't know, like adding challenges weekly to Arena would like reinvigorate my interest. This Rock Titan shift with Remand, and I'm just looking at it and I didn't even say anything, but it's interesting. MTGA not having weekly challenges 5 years into release is a joke, TBH. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, you can't really have the challenges like the model ones, anyways, because like the model is different. You like can't pay with chests. Etc. Doesn't have random challenges. You mean like the events that weird and quirky events, those I have zero interest in participating in. Wow, just no ledger shader. Danielakas just doesn't care. He's like, yeah, I mean, ledger shader is kind of shit, bros. Let me just play DRC and clock people. Glimpse combo with one Omna at Locus of Rage. Wow. It's a huge one. Can't believe Omnav Locus of Rage is all that optimal to play, but it's certainly big, and if you hit it with Risen Reef out, you're going to get some triggers. 26 lands. This person just capped the Seasoned Pyros and added lands. If you have too many lands in this deck, it's not too good either, though, because you are going to whiff by the virtue of other elemental control dies. This doesn't kill them. Interesting. I mean, the Omnav Locus of Rage is actually might function as a nice win con then. You can like loops Endurance a few times. Fury and Endurance and Waveshifter can just die. So this actually might not be too bad as a win con. It's 7 mana, but it's, I don't know. Maybe it makes you win the game more easily on Moda, and also maybe it makes you win the game without having Seasoned Pyro to discard the glimpses. Did your Mox hoodie say canister on it? I think so. They asked me what I want them to put it on. I don't remember where I have it though, so I'm not sure. But I think I told them to put canister on there. Non-capitalized. I'm not sure if they followed. It's a Yashar in the sideboard. What is the Yasharan for? Asmodex, I guess. Wow, Collector of 2. This player is affected by big paranoia when it comes to the Asmodex. Probably they lost to Aspiring Spike playing Esper a few times. Hatred for Yawgmoth. Actually, Yawgmoth is probably a more plausible reason, that's true. Although, you can still grease away Yasharan because grease does not pay a cost with the sacrificing. Any of that emote? What about this? Or this? Or this? Scientific changed my life, dudes. That's for the better. Um, Chad, have you seen the Sonic movie? Did you consider it funny for those who have seen it? Which so far is Wizard Robin Hood. Do I think there's a difference between evening and night? For practical purposes, yeah. It was cute but awful. Yeah, I watched like 20 minutes of it and I found it very not funny and stopped. Let's keep this. Hopefully we can draw a land. Well, that footage is interesting. I'll just make treasure. We drew the land, the correct land. What is it, rhinos? Has to be rhinos. Bros, I'm going to get hit by fire ice. Can feel it. When the first round go, I narrowly lost to Burn. You tap the treasure. Why? It's worse, right? So why not? Because you can sacrifice it to deny you the draw. I've seen the heroic deck in Pioneer, apparently it's great. Boros, I played a challenge with it during the 24-hour stream. I think it's a bit inconsistent. It's not too bad though. So I got stomped by Baron. No, narrowly lost to like my opponent drawing the second Eidolon. And then dying like to the spell. But Baron is a tough matchup, so you very frequently narrowly lose to them. There's lots of things that can go wrong. It's consistent, but it got pretty decent meta matchups, surprisingly. Yeah, I know. I mean, like, I think I get it's like supposedly good versus mono green, but if it's just entirely inconsistent, you die, right? To your like land drops. That's kind of bad. See, they have two forces. Wild forces. Wait, they have Boseiju. Another one bites the cock. Also, Rhino's best deck in the format, right? So good. Very funny song. La 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 la. I like the Murloc sound. La 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 la. A Twitch sub is sufficient. I do not have a Patreon, so even if you really wanted to subscribe to my Patreon, you would
He's a
not be able to.
phenomenal control player.
Thank you very much for the sub. Just follow the link and follow the instructions in the Discord to integrate your Twitch account with Discord, and you're going to have access to everything. I bought this grapeshot in paper and it has arrived today, chat. Now I own an etched foil Japanese Strixhaven Mystical Archives grapeshot. Although the etched foil thing is always kind of disappointing because there is no foil parts on the card really. It's fake. Just the sprawls for grapeshot sprawl. Yeah, like the only foiling is on the outline of like the name and the text box. What does Doki Doki mean? Let's Google that. The sound of a beating heart. Makes sense. You need the set booster foil because they don't care and look fantastic. Okay. So I think the Gutshot tech works for Neobrand. Bryant played over the weekend, seemed like a cool win con. Who actually is Bryant Cooked? Like, does he ever... I could have brought out Gutshot. I guess I've Raytopia's Pro. Does he like ever play Magic Online challenges or tournaments and plays in them? Actually? Or is that not the case? This hand has lots of mana and good protection, so I'm gonna keep it, not sure. But also, I'm not sure what's the Gutshot tech in Neo Brand. Like, is there a way to just loop Gutshot to win with Gutshot? Interesting. You want a popper one, Cycling Storm? Okay. Kinda punished for not casting an offer immediately, but it's fine. Don't want to cast this and get it force. I can get it disputed, so maybe I should just cast it, but I think this turn I'll make the offers that I can refuse. Get disputed, we can well, and then we also get to deal 1 damage to my opponent. -2 Mox Hammer, -1 Onyx, use 3 Gachons, and the loop is draw your deck has 3 Shells and 3 Gachon and Endurance. Does this actually function? It's interesting. Because you need to pay life for it, so you can only draw a limited amount of time because you don't have infinite draws. And you're replacing the... Well, you can cast a gut shot, which is nice. Wow, you don't even get to play Rhinos now. It's just so nice. Do you even need gut shot for that? Just cast Summoner Spike and Shoal to loop. Sure, but you need to win from the looping, right? Like, somehow. Might not be Boseju. They know Japanese is metaphorical onomatopoeias for things that don't make actual sounds like winking or smiling. I mean, in English you go like wink wink. But I guess that's not really an onomatopoeia. Yeah. So like you cut the amber, you just get +3 gut shots, which are fine to draw against Ragavan. Which honestly is an upgrade. Yes, because you need to gain over 13 per turn 6 for the 3 gut shots. 13 per loop, I guess. Yeah. Well, the cap is the amount of green cards in your deck, but if that functions, it might be actually better win con. There's probably some downsides to trying to win with gut shots, but it's less dead than Amber in Rio form, I guess, so it's pretty cool. This my deck new Neoform is... I think this deck is way better than Neoform. Yeah, this deck is pretty consistent when it starts comboing. Like, you need like 1 or 2 zero drops in hand to be consistent. Well, you probably want 2, or like a pact of Summoner's Pact. From a single Summoner's Pact is also quite easy to combo off, although it's not 100% reliable. But yeah, Rhinos does feel like an easy matchup because they can't really have like much great interaction versus you. Just have a few counter magics, and it's often awkward for them to have multiple. So you can just kill them. This guy's Summoner's Pact. No Summoner's Pact. Is this deck better than Belcher? I think likely. It is similarly weak to Boseiju in a way, but it's interesting. Maybe, I don't know. Is it actually more resistant to Boseiju than Belcher? It's kind of tricky to say. But it does get to play really well through counter magic. Like Belcher has Pacts and Veils. This has even more. We finally this was on Arena and you had to click through 100. Are you sure you want to counter your own spell prompts? Yeah. I mean, you'd wish I would remove that prompt from an offer you can refuse, which seems like a card that would make you counter your own spells often, but of course, who knows? Maybe they left it on Trickery. I never played with Trickery in Arena. So, as I said, you'd think, I'd not say that is the case. Rain and Cambros. I think some choices of sequencing are counterintuitive. That's why some streamers did bad with it at first try. What do you think? Well, I think it took me a while to build a good list, and I guess it does require some like familiarity with playing, so I did record a video where I explain like how this deck functions and how are you comboing, etc. And once it's gonna be edited, it's gonna be posted on my channel, YouTube channel. So if somebody is gonna be doing badly with it, you're gonna be able to link them the video and say, yeah, I mean that's how you're supposed to play Song of Creation, bro. You're kind of fucking it up all the way. Second paper FNM, best choice. I don't know if it's the best choice. Yeah, Bern is a bad matchup, but it is good at beating Murktide. Forgot to add, since you're gaining a net 8 life per loop, I assume you're pitching 7 costs to the free shells. You'll have enough life left over after dropping the green cards to loop with 3 Summoner's Pacts. Well, I mean, the better question is how much damage can you deal with the gut shots? The easier way to count that is going to take a look at the list and count the like Let's just count the expensive cards. How much CMC you have here, right? Because assuming you like don't pitch those, you can probably pitch like 2 evolutions. Let's count 2 evolutions too. You need to pitch some green cards for the thing. Assuming you pitch everything from here. This is 12 times 7, which is 70, 84, 90 and 45, so it's 135. 135 life to spare. You need to gutshot your opponent 20 times, let's assume. So you need to spend 40 life on gutshots, so you have 95 life left over. And 95, you also have the like any life you start with, so I guess you're gonna have somewhat more. But assuming you start on 1 life to make it tougher, right? Then you're going to have 95 life points, and you need to draw your deck, which is 52 cards. So like assuming you play for 2 turns and fetch out the dinosaur and Griselbrand from your deck, that's gonna be -3, -4, let's assume -5 cards, so 47 cards in the deck. So you need to spend 47 life on drawing your deck, and then you have 95, so you're gonna have 48 life to draw through your reshuffle deck, so you can do that 7 times. It sounds like you can barely do it. 48 life versus 49 life needed to draw through your deck 7 times. So that win con sounds a little bit sketchy to me, but maybe I'm missing something. Because what is important is the maximum amount of life you can get from your shoals, right? Maybe you play the 4th worm then, and then it should all work out. But without the 4th worm, it seems a little bit. And you know, you might end up playing a turn timber. Get life back with Professor Onyx. No, we're discussing a hypothetical new win con, which is gutshots in this deck. Which seems like it works, but like you don't have much breathing room. The upside is that you can gutshot a Ragavan if they play Ragavan, which is nice. But also, I'm not sure how relevant is it, so... If it necessitates the 4th worm, then you are paying a small cost, I guess, because I don't think you want to be paying the 4th worm. And it's gonna become actually tougher when you need to pitch a worm to cast a Allosaurus Rider or like play Turn Timber. What about the creature that drains for 1 self Professor? You can pact for Evo for it and can be a random blocker for Ragavan. Well, it does not function because you don't make green mana after you combo. You make your land drop, you spend all of your mana on neoforming, you don't have access to green mana. So like, it doesn't matter that you can pact or Evo for it, it just doesn't, that does not mean anything, that does not do anything, so that's a true statement, but not an upside of the card. So it would require you to play the Springleaf Drum, which is the entire point of Onyx, is that you don't play the Springleaf Drum. So I think with... Yes, I also would play Zuranorb with Gutshots as the win con. They need to pay 40 life to deal 20 damage. You typically also are going to need to deal less than 20 because your opponent is not gonna be over 20. They're typically gonna fetch shock, whatever, 17 life. So you will have to deal less technically, but you know, what if your opponent actually gains life for some random reason then? Yeah, Zuran Orbis is 0 mana, gain 4 to 6 life, and also sacrifices your turn timber symbiosis if you have played it out, which otherwise removes an extra 7 cost card from your deck. Do you have a link to the list, Colby? We can maybe look at it between rounds. Because maybe there's something else in it that like makes the gut shot better. Also, Onyx is such a cool alternate win con. Well, there's nothing alternate about it. It's you win with it like you're supposed to win with it every time. They saw the Gotcha Neobrand Bash, literally talking about it, so literally, you know, discussing it and how it's kinda on the verge of functioning. It wins at instant speed. Sure, that doesn't matter though. Winning at instant speed has no meaning. I mean, from the previous version of Onyx, yeah. So it's like kind of equal that you have 3 dead cards, except that Gotcha's not as dead as Onyx, I guess. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the orb. Oh, that's not a convenient way to put the deck list. Not losing immediately to current GC is also text, I suppose. I mean, that's, I guess. Well, Orb is the fifth shoal, but it's like a very weak one. So I have troubles with Chalice on 0. At Chalice on 0. Against Chalice on 0, you need Vel. Guess. Only fan of 2 Grizzlebrand. Like, if you play this deck, you should just accept. I think this deck to be good needs to play 4 Pact and preferably even Vel main deck. Although Vel is kind of tough to use in this. It's maybe Vel not, but 4 Pacts for sure. People also don't play Noxious Survival, which I always enjoyed. The Noxious Survival doesn't work well with Gacha because it also asks you to spend life. So that's not cool. I like the Noxious Survival a bit in this deck. I think more so than Azura Norbas, a 5th show, but it's pretty minor. But it's an interesting technology that you can just like win with gut shots. But yeah, it's a very shaky win con, I think. Probably most of the time stuff will not go wrong and you're going to be benefiting a bit, but yeah, I would play 4 at Octons with that, I think. The trainer awoke to begin the journey from the worm's tail to its head. The sun was setting when she arrived. Okay, well, good job training the worm then. Sounds like a really successful day. Lots of stuff accomplished. This also makes it impossible to board out Chancellors, because I think you will not have enough green big monsters in your deck, which is something I like to do for Well of Summers in the slower matchups, so it's a little bit of a inconvenience to all things to consider. I probably shouldn't play Nox Survival, as I just said. I guess might just play main deck Wells times 2. Yeah, an extra worm is like +3 damage. I'm like all 6 understanding how this deck kills. It's relatively simple. You get the Grizzlebrand to play, and then you draw your deck. Eventually, you have your deck in your hand, and you can just cast Nourishing Shoal, exiling all your big cards in the deck. Casting some like irrelevant pacts and gutshots on your opponent's face. Loops that 7 cards with endurance, draw 3 again. Draw the gutshots, the shoals again, pitch the remaining green cards. And just gotcha your opponent 20 times. That's the ball. That's the point. It's pretty cool win con, like pretty good find, though, I think. I think needs the 4th worm. I've never seen 20 gachas before, yeah. I mean, it is a pretty arduous win con. You don't really need 3 gachas, do you? I guess you do, because the amount of redraws through your deck is limited. But if you could condense the win con to, less gutshots, that would be actually base. You could play more Veil, an extra land or something. Yes, Show gives you a bounded number of loops. You have 2 gutshots. Removing a gutshot means you lose 5 more per loop, essentially, yeah. Plus the gutshot also takes out the Blood Artist, sure. Does Blood Artist stop the combo? Oh, it seems like it does. What do you do if you have 6 cards left in deck and all endurances are there? Well, if your bottom 6 cards are literally Summoner's Pacts and Endurance, and you were not, and your deck was exactly like 13 or 20 cards, so that you literally drawn down to not reaching your bottom 6, then it's over. Like it's this way specifically, but if you happen to draw any pact or like any endurance not in your bottom 6, then it's not an issue. No, well, it does make sense to play 3 gutshots, because if you only have 2 gutshots in your deck and you draw 7 cards, you only get access to 2 gutshots, so you only deal 2 damage to your opponents, so you just kind of deal damage at the lower returns of damage per damage per cards drawn, so like you spend more life, yeah. What is the Neoform Discord? How do I join it? I think I would like to join it. Neoform, Neobrand, Discord. That sounds like a place where I would like to hang. All the modern Magic Discord links. Combo Discord, Storm the Vala Cult. Infect, Restore Balance, Turns Ascendancy. Graveyard Discords, Dredge MTG, Neoform, Grishol Brand. What's the difference between Neoform and Grishol Brand? Full Color Gifts, Mail. Stop Asking Samuel Titan. Aggressive Discords, The Burning Mountain. Phoenix Friends. Alright, I'm gonna join them on the second screen real quickly. Let's join the Burning Mountain. Join the Burning Mountain. I assume that's burn players. Oh, Grishel Brand is like the Reanimator deck. I like that they just have this Neo from Discord and they just sit there and discuss how to win. I bet Burn Discord has some real wisdom in it. Yeah, I bet too. Song of Creation question mark. You're right, yeah. This has Vel, and that's about the only desirable card. No fourth mana, it's more. This seems better. Put back Cantor. Are the niche combo discards more useful than the tier deck discards? Very well could be, yeah. I mean, like, just the type of a player who's going to be attracted to Neo brand anyways is going to be it's just going to be a person that cares a lot more by default. On the spectrum to some degree. You can say that too, yeah. I don't know, like just like a normal person that like just only likes the cards and like likes to hang out with people. It's not gonna just go and post on the Neoform Discord. Just fine, of course. And just to say that it's a bit of a different demographic. I like them not to play Teferi. Ultron Gamer said no IRL are kinda odd, aren't we all? I'm drawing. I need the land. Well, here it is, I guess a land, so of sorts. Maybe they play Discord and I'm gonna choose my song now and I'm gonna be sad though. Sorry, neurodivergence. Yeah. I mean, that's like what draws me in, right? The neoform. Weird trumpet. They have 2 counter magic, they have 7 cards. I don't really know what they're playing. They're playing some Thought Scour deck. Where I get the Discord sounds. See the sound? No, 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 no. No, I don't have audio ever. I don't know what's in their deck. They might have discard spells, so I'll just go counter spell, yeah. Oh, they have drown. Okay, just resolves. Cool. Cool stuff. Okay, let me draw 2, but with the second spell, they're actually gonna do something. Is it just passing? Decided to follow my dreams and I'm selling all my good magic cards and I'm playing Gift Storm from now on. Congrats. It's tough to make that leap, but you did it. GG, said my opponent. Okay. So Veil of Summer, we know they have Counterspell, and seems like it's not a gutshot matchup, so you can like trim the zeros and just keep the Grape Shot in case of the Fairy. Oh, maybe Mind Collapse should be in my deck. They seem like kind of hard control, but they probably do have the Fairy. Do we get the Mind Collapse in or not? No. Well, too bad. This makes land drops as well as some. Let's keep it. It's like a control deck. That's slow. Maybe discard spells too. Let's continue keeping up the veil. Is it the fairy incoming? No, does not seem like. Let's get Scared Foundry. No reason to attack. Oh, we drew the song. So we can play Song with Veil into 3 mana. I mean, let's try. If we get countered twice, we can Glittering Wish next turn. Can get Disputed or Pierced? No, okay. Yeah, this deck is so base sometimes. Let's play the Fetch Land. Check the top card. This is a fine draw. Whoops. Oops. Ah. Yeah, I guess that was a mistake. It was not a fine draw. I should have reshuffled it because I don't have red. I should have not played the fetch land. Alright, next turn we go. We go off. Now he draws the Summer's Pact, so we're gonna combo off. Faithful Manix is a reanimator deck. Oh, it's the Unnerve Monster Mentor deck, I know it. Unnerve the Mentor, sure bro. Cool stuff. They spent 3 chat. They spent 2 cards and 3 mana, and they resulted with a Monastery Mentor in play. Which, in all honesty, you could get a Mentor for 3 mana anyways. It's my life. So yeah, I had to pass the time because of the slight misexecution, but I think we're winning now. Would you say that you're not a real fan if you turn off the stream while playing a streamer? Yeah, definitely. Robbing me out of that single viewer is a little bit not very fun like. People not considering confuses me. Well, then check your privilege, bro, as they say. It's my life. It is my life. Right, 2-1, we lost to Baron. It actually ends since you run out of green cards to pitch to Endurance. Also, the life you eventually ends when you die, so yeah. But I have another anecdote from yesterday's concert chat. During the middle of the act, the songster stood in the middle of the stage and said, "Now I'm going to play a song from the new album." And like it begins some song and like tum 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 tum, and people are like, "Yeah, damn, good stuff, yeah." And then suddenly the beat switches into Rick Astley, "Never Gonna Let You Down," and he like extends his middle fingers and jumps around with the middle fingers and lets the like song play, and people sing and say, "Never gonna let you, never gonna let you down, never gonna say goodbye and hurt you." It was actually pretty funny. So-called meme, but why play Grape Shot? There is some situations where you can't use your full Master the Way win con. There will be a video on my YouTube explaining the deck in detail, and it's going to tell you like why play Grape Shot 2. Once I recorded it, when it's gonna be edited, it's gonna be in a few days on there. But if they have the Fairy Time Raveler or Kind of Great Creator, you might need Grape Shot, or if they have some other weird hate cards like Chalice on 1, etc. Does it didn't cost much? A little bit. I was wondering of acquiring the base skills, like doing it myself. It's just kind of time consuming, but I will try to do some of the stuff myself. And I'm not sure if that will result in me posting more stuff on YouTube or less, because I'll spend like ages in a cave trying to make sense of Adobe Premiere Pro. But we'll see. It's also like sounds like a useful skill to have, generally speaking, but you know, it's also, I think you can outsource, but then if you have a vision in mind, it might be a little bit hard to translate your full vision into natural language and let your editor know. Tough stuff. Tough stuff all around. I can edit Windows Movie Maker if you want, sure. Sure, I will DM you, GGX member, and we can probably make it work out. Sound like you're about to do an art house film, yeah. Just make videos in Magic 8 style. I mean, the videos in Magic 8 style, they do take some work, right? They're like, it's not the most trivial thing. What's putting the cans in canister? Funny, really funny. How does this Neo from the quarter? I can see any source of mana generation. You got to your opponent 20 times. You just loop with endurances and you gut shots. And like the upside is that you get to play gut shot over Mox Hammer, which is actually dead. Gut shot you can kill a Ragavan on turn 1 or a DRC and have more time to assemble Neoform with Will. How to beat Mirror? I mean, if you combo, you can deal 40 damage. Well, 20 damage. It is true that they show, like, you kinda... You know, if your opponent just responds to you getting a Grizzlebrand. If you pack that for a Grizzlebrand, they won't be able to pay for the pact. If you, like, they respond with Nourishing Shot, Pitching Worm, it's gonna be a bit tough. What do I think about the folklore list winner from SCG Con? 12 fetches, Ragavan, 3 triumphs, etc. Sounds like a shit list. Modern. Which one was that? SCG Con? Jonathan Rossum? Or this? Modern 30k, SCG Con, Syracuse. Ragavan. Green Triumph. Yes, it's 3 triumphs. 4. 12. Excuse me, 8. I count 11 fetches. 4, 8. Okay, 12. Sure, I mean, it seems like a badly built list to ephemerate Ragavan, like, makes no sense. It's random cards put together, but like, if you have 80 cards, you can also not draw the bad combinations often and do stuff anyways. But, you know, this is like a list that, like, it's not a result of careful consideration, I hope. And like building it carefully, but just putting cards together and be like, yeah, I guess. But I like Ephemerate, so it's pretty good. So I'm gonna play it anyways. Yeah, but I like Ragavan too for the tough matchups. Yeah. Yeah, but I like to Verdict in my Ragavan deck. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, but you're doing 12 fetches and like Sokenzan is pretty cool to loop with Ren, so I'll play Sokenzan. Yeah, but like March answers Sagas, that's good. Yeah, but like Eladrami Skull can fetch a Miracle, that's good for the mirrors. There's like, you know, this type of justification, I think. Congrats on the result. See plenty of those 4-color decks just, you know, dominating the smaller SCG cons. They're like, yeah. Small fishes in big ponds. 1 Fluster plus 1 Force. I mean, that's actually fine. Your body came in 9th. Congrats to your body. Whoa, hammer in this tournament. And we are looking at the other modern challenge too. Mono green Tron. I wonder if Sundering Titan is just not like the main deck threat you should be playing over Ugin, Spirit Dragon. Canister thoughts on TCG buying CFB. I would not acquire CFB if they paid me money to take it, so I don't know, it's weird to me, but sure. Ugin is based. Yeah, probably. I mean, I guess like there's not enough for color and it doesn't matter. Still have access to Sundering Titan. GLS. Saheli combo. What's Saheli combo? Well, it's Saheli Rai combo. Saheli free off combo. Also free Chalice, free Ephemerate. Dude. What the fuck? I mean, it's like NA shops anyway, so I don't care about them. You have BTCG, you can like play whatever you want, bros. I'm in the Europe anyway, so it's not concern me much. Castle Vantress Blood Moon. I respect Castle Vantress Blood Moon deck building. Keep on the blind. Keep. Turn to Chalice, turn free Brigade. I mean, then you have like the big card. Seems solid. Probably lead on Temple, then second Temple. Guess who? Well, on the blind, you don't know. So on the blind, I keep. I mean, it's the thing, if your deck of Chalice is good, it's gonna be good, but not always. think this deck would be better if it got 3 ephemerates for 2 lands and a 4th copy of your favorite card. Would Ancient Tomb make Modern better or worse? I don't know. I don't like the gameplay with Ancient Tomb. Because the life loss is so drastic too. You like, it kind of makes the deck super all in. Kind of hate playing shops in Vintage for that reason. The Ancient Tomb is so bad in the deck. Actually. Would Red and Blue Elemental Blast make Modern better or worse? Worse. I think that's the worst thing. Like, interaction generic to the level where it doesn't matter anyways. It's like way too generic, way too broad of an interaction card. How would you fix tribal decks in Modern? I would start by unbanning Glimpse of Nature and see if Elves is actually a good deck with it, because I'm not sure. But then you get a combo deck, not a tribal deck, so I don't know, that tingles your whatever needs to be tingled. Yeah, Human Spirits Merfolk, I don't think you can fix that. We're kind of past that. They would need to have creatures that are better than Ragavan. Or something. Like, the tribal deck needs to have creatures that when combined with the tribal support are better than the generically good creatures, but it's not gonna have something like a creature better than Ragavan. Even if it's tribal, right? So let's say a sliver design. A slivers actually are pretty cool. Like slivers, if slivers had a good one drop, then could actually kind of work. But like, you'd need to be one drop that dies into, like, okay, how good would be a 1-mana sliver? Let's say black, because it fits. And it says non-token slivers you have. When your sliver dies, put a 1/1 sliver token into play. So like a young wolf sliver. Sounds pretty strong, TBH. Pretty fucking strong. There's slivers that are sack outlets too. Not good enough to make slivers good by itself. Or what if there was a black sliver, 1-mana, 1/1, and it says sliver creatures you control have ward, discard a card. Could give a treasure and have like shambling gas. No, but like, you would want a sliver, you would need a 1-drop sliver that matches up well against Ragavan, that actually makes Ragavan embarrassing, right? Puzzle Sliver would be kinda cool, the first card you mentioned, Silver Storm. Yeah, you would just get a Storm deck rather than a Sliver deck. Like, the thing is that for a tribal deck to be, for a creature deck to have any plausibility of existence against Ragavan, you need a 1-drop that just embarrasses Ragavan when played. So Memnite embarrasses Ragavan, so the hammer decks can exist. Young Wolf embarrasses Ragavan so that Yawgmoth decks can exist. But like, the other decks that don't have things that embarrass Ragavan, they just die to a Ragavan when they're on the draw every time, and they just are tier 2 or something. What about a 1 CMC Black Sliver with when it dies, restart the game with card name on the battlefield? Game poggers. Just a Sliver Monk Fanatic. Like every Sliver can sack for 1 damage. That's interesting too, yeah. You want slivers that actually interact with opponents instead of just being a giant ball of power toughness. No, but the sliver, I actually I don't think that's necessarily true. The sliver clock is quite fast, and you don't need 1-drop interactors. Like, it's pretty tough to balance, like because it would scale a lot. Like a 4 spike sliver would be kind of insane, I think. Maybe not, but it sounds pretty strong. It sounds pretty damn strong. Like you have ways to protect your slivers from removal, and then do I put Arboreal Grazer in the embarrassing Ragavan category? Yeah, in the decks where the lands, when the Grazer is played, where the land dropping matters, I do put the Grazer in that category.
He's a phenomenal
because it does something
player.
plus it blanks Ragavan. Also, tough hard evidence also falls in that category. But like, it's weaker because those creativity decks are weaker, I think. How strong would slivers be in modern if Memnite was a sliver? Damn. I don't know. It's pretty interesting. But like slivers just needs 1 or well, as you mentioned, 0 mana slivers, I think.
He's a
And like something that matches up decently against Ragavan, that's kinda all it needs to be somewhat plausible.
5 quadrillion 555 trillion 555 billion 555 million 555,000
Armeflad and Maximilian, thank you for the subs. Legacy Slivers plays 4 Chalice as their 1-drop. Yeah, and it's a shit deck. I literally never seen Slivers played or thought about that being a deck, so. They do that, and that's the reason why they're bad, right? So, like, thank you for proving my points exactly. I'm going to take a bathroom break before the last round of the prelim. Counter stuff. This card Magic Man. Oh, it's the match versus Black Red John. If they only have this card spells, it's fine. If it's Grixis, it's tough. And Veil does some heavy lifting against the discard spells only decks because you can like never get through your Veil really if you just keep it up always. Is that TTB Amulet playable or is it just a meme now? Since Solitude became playable, come on, not Bobbling first. Nice order, yeah. But since Solitude became playable, the TTB Amulet is not very playable. Exquisite timing.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Going to draw a song before dying. Jammer Not, thank you for your support, itch. Shredder. No, Monkey. Monkey Dash, interesting.
He's a phenomenal control player.
ST77, thank you. It's interesting seeing the win rates of the 30k from SEG. You can't just say that, you have to link it now. Glad we have explosives on turn 1. I would rather not explosives. Keeping land for Croxa? No, I want 6 land mana in play so that I can Glittering Wish for Song. Got my Endurance. Yawgmoth at the highest 55, Amulet at 53, Rhinos at 52. Wait, but where's the like win rates? I want all the win rates. Here it says Yawgmoth 58, so that's kind of a different win rate that was cited. Why is that? Is it Murktide? Where is Johnstar now? Hammer, wow. Hammer is stomped. What's the sample size? Small, I think. We want to fetch a tapped one now. Actually, no, we don't. We'll fetch a tapped one next turn. Can keep land on hand for Croxa? No, I can discard a land for Croxa. I don't like how my opponent discarded my song, my Glittering Wish, and I die. So without song, this deck falls. Yeah, no shit, bro. This is a combo deck, yeah. But like very insightful observation, indeed. I respect it. Yeah, that is true. It is based around drawing the song. How much mana is still in Grove? It's 2 mana plus an extra 1. Failure. We did lose to the discard spell this game. Don't need Grape Shot. And what else don't we need? Carry Sprawl. I played with Sterling Grove a little bit, but it's just too bad of a card. A Simic Charm for the Hexproof. Simic Charm, yeah, it's for the Hexproof mainly. Is an Eternal Witness for discard decks too cute? Is there a 2 mana version of that, maybe? Because it's honestly like maybe a sideboard card. Maybe you're supposed to sideboard it. That sounds kinda cool. Obnoxious, like the Witness would be for the Pact. That would be the reason to play the Witness. Why not play the Tamiyo card with Simic Charm? Because I can wish for Simic Charm. I would not want to board the Tamiyo card ever. Yeah, we do have Well for this card, but the Witness is maybe kinda interesting. Same white? I don't know. Maybe that's wrong because Balaga. No, well, the only reason is to pact for Witness. You pact for Witness? No, you pact for Witness, you play a song immediately. You need 7 mana for that. That's the, like, assumption. So Black Green Witness. Sure. I mean, like, if you had like 2 mana Witness, that would be good. What's the fun of Ragavan dashing on turn 2? Type creature and I get Azusa's something journey. Unword Ego, no weź kurwa się odpierdol chłopie. We still have the wish though, so it's not game over. Well, it does need to be a creature for the, if you want it specifically like one copy for the pact, chat. Should learn how to write your queries without this advanced search page canister. Why are you gatekeeping me for using the rifle with slightly less efficient way? Need an extra treasure. Let's cast it now. We can draw well if they have discard spells, which is unlikely, but what they name? Well, they name Song of Creation. Oh, here is the wish. No discard spell now though. Chat, I think we're going to beat Unmoored Ego. They did miss a copy in the graveyard, but okay, no discard spell, no land discard spell. They did miss the copy in the graveyard, does not really matter. Spell piece in the exile zone, that's fine. Okay, bros. Nice deck. Nice Unmoored Ego. Should reshuffle, we have the... Okay. Easy, Unmoored Ego, more like... Moored Ego. I guess. If the Unmoored Ego Glittering Wish instead, then I need Grapes in my deck to win. Because then I would not be able to get a win concept. The Grapes is needed in there to not get Unmoored Ego. I guess we trim the Utopia Spell because what else? Like a Summoner's Pact. Maybe trim one Summoner's Pact. Just kinda live on the edge. Tougher to combo, but... Oh, what a hand. No Weep Grapeshot and MTGO. I literally have the Weep Grapeshot in my deck. And you are like, no Weep Grapeshot and MTGO? Bro, I'm actually using it, so... It's pretty clearly is here. If they go Snap and Mulligan 5 to remove both, that's true. What if they do? Where's they fought Caesar? Order. Always order. Don't they know that you should bubble first? You have the second bubble too. Exploders are pretty awkward to use on 1-drops often because of the sprawls, which is unfortunate, but this is how it is. Green red. Fetch.
He's a
We're gonna go
phenomenal
play Shredder.
control player.
No, always dashing. Like this is scripted, bros. It's literally the same game. Over and over.
Fisting is $300.
No, come
Imagine
on, bro.
not typing like a real canister fan. I can donate all my messages because I'm just that loaded. Come back when you're as rich as me. Pathetic.
So they did the same thing. Let's not crack the bubble yet. Okay. Well, they have the Almuriga now too. It's literally the same game. Okay, that's Shagavan. Song exiled. It's kind of scary, you know, because they probably might have a counter magic of sorts again. Well, they can't drown the song. I can also wait for the next turn, have an offer you can refuse to, you know, counter the spell pierce. Has anyone bought my Faithless Looting sweatshirt yet? Nobody did that now. Because next one we have 4, 5, 6 from the Ragavan Dash, 9. They could have spell piece or dispute, yeah. I don't remember either clicking to agree to like to that merge stuff, but the thing we had to do. It's so funny. This is like some procedurally generated merge. I don't even remember agreeing to it. Oh, fucking bros. We will legit buy it, probably true. Let's wait for them to answer. Autograph my cards. If we ever meet at a tournament, I will. LOL, says my opponent. LOL is yes. No. Alright. Thanks. I mean, we also don't guarantee comboing off now, but Wifferoni. I have Croxa. Can play a bit around Croxa by cracking the bubble now. Why do we even go for it here? Well, what am I supposed to do? I mean, I was not guaranteed to combo, but I think I would have decent odds. The alternatives seem to suck. Waiting is pretty poor and you would die to bold anyways, so like you would need to counter it, which would be really tough. Wait, actually we don't die, we go to 1. Wait, what? I thought I was dead. But I didn't have a land for the shadow. Okay. Well, Grape should you? Next deck already said, I think. If not, I think I'm speaking for all of chat saying would you meant E-Tron gameplay? No, E-Tron, bro. Well, I thought I was dying the ball. I assume I was dying the ball, just didn't even count, but it's pretty funny. It seems like really 3-1 under prelim beating Death Shadow. Just gonna drown that. So you get to draw more cards now if we crack this. Bułka nie drap. Bułka, bułka, bułka! Słyszysz w ogóle co ja ci mówię? Zaraz się nakarmię w sumie, bo jest pora, ale nie drap. Languages, what language I speak? Polish. As I'm Polish, I speak Polish. And that's what I speak to my cards. Chat frequently asks, do your cards speak English? But they don't, obviously, so I speak them in Polish. Nice card shot, nerd, thank you. But must be stoked for anything, yeah. Imagine seeing this stack and asking in the chat, no weep grape shot on MTGO? Alright, 3-1 in other prelims. So we have 3-1, 3-1 results in prelims, bros. Deck is just a playable Magic the Gathering deck. What is this? Azuri's Brigade. Wow, 8-8 trample for 4 mana. It's big. Song of Creation for the next PT. For sure for the next Modern Challenge. Base green player. Whenever a source you control deals damage on a player, put as many theft counters on night dealings. Remove X counter, search for non-land card mana value X, and shuffle. Seems complicated. Can a better solution be found to burn? No, I mean, you can play more cards, like, I don't know. You can play Core Firewalker, I don't know. You can cast Core Firewalker. The burn is stuff, because, like, any live game they can answer with stuff. But it's probably a place of Nature's Claim more so than Weather the Storm, but also not really, because Nature's Claim does not stop the Goblin Guide openings. Like, it's not that you can't beat Burn, it's just a bad matchup. Let's look for the green creatures that return. Den Protector is a 2 mana Eternal Witness. Well, sort of. Shigeki returns Song for 4 mana. That's more. And now we're at 3 drops already. Eccentric Farmer. Jakiegoś skurwiwija tutaj żywi dynią. Wiesz kto, kurwa, skurwiwija zabij, no a nie karmisz jeszcze. Ja pierdolę. Careful now, don't want to get the seed stuck to your feelers like last time. Yeah, feelers. That sounds like something that a human peasant says. I watch UFC. What's UFC? United Federation Cock. No, that's not it. Damn, Dowsing Shaman seems good. You fucking cunt. This actually nailed it. Yeah. Because a multicolored spell may return from your hands. Damn, this is a Black Lotus. And returns when you cast rainbow cards. Interesting. Gnesis? No. I mean, you probably would rather play the Colossal Sky Turtle than Witness, right? Because you can both wish for the Colossal Sky Turtle, and then you can board it into Pact. Oh no, that's good. And it's also a bounce pair. Phyto Titan, Plant Elemental. When it dies, return it to the battlefield tapped. Base. Turtle easier to regrow with 1G. It's actually 2G to regrow, 1 blue to bounce. I mean, maybe we can try it against this card. It's going to be super confusing for people because it looks like a wish target, but it's actually a normal sideboard card. There's also a tutor target. So people are gonna ask a lot, probably. Maybe not a lot, but people are gonna be confused. I mean, 1 green mana, not 2 CMC. That's fair, yeah. So now we have 2 weak bounce spells in the... No, we have 3 weak bounce spells in the sideboard. We measure our poggers in heartbeats. Poggers. Just cut snapback. And you can board the turtle as snapback, sort of. This is kind of fair. Costless sky turtle. The snapback is kind of like whatever. It is cool to have 1 off snapback. We can also cut fire spout because it kind of sucks. Simic charm kind of sucks. The fairy I think is okay. Buła, stop! Czemu kot na komendy nie reaguje? W piździe ma. No tak. Snap back to reality. Whoop, there goes gravity. Whoop, there's RBD. Whoop, let's cut the fire spot. Colossal Sky Turtle, interesting idea. So we can play another league with Song of Creation. Are you getting bored of Song of Creation now? Because personally, I don't, and it's been a long time since I last had a deck this excited about, and a deck where I just like walk around the house after I'm done streaming and just think about what, like, how to improve it and how to do stuff. So it's a deck that I'm finally excited again, like in the same way that I was when I was playing Lantern or KCI or Hogak, where I was just super hyped. Definitely a departure from the like Yorion gaming days when I was sometimes thinking about the deck too afterwards, but mostly occupying myself with different stuff.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Yorion still lives through me.
Last time was Elementals. I wonder if in 1 year from now you're going to shit talk Yorion Song of Creation that wins large NA events. I have a result from Yorion Song of Creation, but that's different. But it's just a combo deck, so it's not gonna shit talk it. Song is the new KCI, sort of. Just like KCI was to mana, Song is to cards, I guess. Nuzi, thank you very much for the sub. Can you somehow make a fetchless mana base? Maybe, but you won't be able to support Utopia Sprawl, and I don't know if why would you want to do it. It's a 4-color deck, it's gonna be a bit tough. And I guess you want to limit the amount of pain you take, but between the Mishra's Bubbles and Utopia Sprawl, both being cards that I want to play, I don't really see a reason to. Do we have a descendant to wish for? We do. It's Werther. It's a bit hidden. It does not look like a rainbow card to wish from this perspective, I guess. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a few minutes. But then we're gonna play this, look at decklist, or play something else. The turtle is actually pretty bad because what if your opponent... What if my opponent discards my wish? I never drew my song, which is actually the more likely outcome with for wish free song. Yeah, that's kind of bad then. Well, you can try it. It's colorful enough for the deck. Let's look through one of the deck lists from the challenges. John Diogmoth, 2-1 Magus, 2 Crusader. What do you think of the Crusader and the Yawgmoth deck? It seems to me like it's never gonna work, and people do have Dresden enough times. Often enough to just blank the plan. And so it doesn't feel to me like it improves the matchup meaningfully. They can also counterspell it. Seems to me like it could work. You mean the Crusader or the Turtle for Wish? Because that's like 9 mana, right? To do in 1 turn if you're pacting, and you need to do it in 1 turn, or otherwise you do it in 3 turns. Free gift. With a selection of the finest equipment. 1 Paradise Mantle, 1 Shadow Spear, 1 Plating, 1 Nettle Cyst, 1 Sword. Of Sophie, as they say. Crushing Footballs. Freeing Moth is pretty common. You need double white on the Paladins. People play like 3 of that. So you have a limited amount of colorless land slots, and you won't play Saga, so you can. And there's no benefit in drawing 2 Ink Moth ever, so. I mean, well, there is if they're gonna kill the first one, but. You know. But even Vendilion Click. What do you think of that? 3 Footfalls too, so I guess if you draw Footfalls, you just put it back with Vendilion Click. Full Leyline of the Void. I think Leyline of the Void is a bit strong. And Rhino's actually a way to win the matchup versus Living End. Bros, my head hurts a little bit. I think it's from the Vendilion Click. Free counterspell. No Reptile Laboratory. 27 lands. How much time do you think do 4-color players spend on thinking as to how many triumphs they actually want to play in their deck? Zero seconds net deck, I feel like that, yeah. I don't think there's actually... You know, we toyed with the idea of playing just 1 triumph and it seemed plausible. Free cavern at least. Although I will play the 4th card of a castle, come on. No 61-14, they're all weak. And besides that, nice list. Free cavern, the 4th in the sideboard, come on. What do I think of the 4-color Omnath more control-ish version, Verdict and 5 mana Teferi that made 11th place on Sunday Challenge? I don't love it, but it's like it's samey. It's like it's very minimal difference in how good your deck is, I think, but I think Supreme Verdict is not that great of a card often enough, so this is also a deck with creatures, so like Supreme Verdict is not really no downside. You have Omnaths in your deck. And you have Furies, Solitudes in play often, so you do end up killing your own creatures with it. I'm not a big fan of playing free Verdict, but it's definitely, I wouldn't say that's the way to go. So it doesn't seem to be. One Eladrami Skull, yeah. And people just play like the random amount of Eladrami Skull, I don't know. To me it seems like a bad use of mana, but... Desu Shadow, whoa! That's interesting. Makwin Sauce. I mean, Rolling Vortex, kinda cool. It's very good against Song, yeah, it's good against... Well, you can board it in against Cascade, and you can board it in against Omnath, I guess. I assume it's like functions the way you want here. Only one Turak. I assume that was the idea, but... It seems kinda interesting. Like, the Vortex is a really strong card out of Burn, and it's not doesn't see play in many other places. I guess it also loses you life for the Shadow. That's kinda okay. Yeah, also you make Bobble like a Lava Spy because your Shadow grows by 5, Pog. Rolling Vortex, that's a good idea. Thought people might play Song of Creation, so I played 2 Rolling Vortexes. Okay, what did he say they were strong? My friend lost a winning in top 8 at a 5k because he forgot to activate Vortex. We give him shit about it all the time. Yeah, it turned out to be a losing out. Why doesn't Baron run Flame Rift? Because it is worse than other Baron spells. Taking 4 damage is a pretty hefty cost, hefty downside. Any deck that, you know, races, so... It used to be very easy when a streamer named CanStreamDG played the deck, I would just copy. Now I have to think forever on stupid decisions like one more Triumph or one more Forest or one more Fetch. I'm living a nightmare. Yeah, there's one way to escape the nightmare. Flame Rift is like a Dismember Boros Charm. Let that sink in, bros. And you ask yourself, do you play Dismember in every deck? No, you don't. Simple. I think his name's Flame Rift. Yeah. Oh, speaking of Dismember. Surprised to not see Ledger Shatter in this deck because it seems like it would enjoy an extra threat. I'm just playing Titan Indulgence as a draw too. Okay, not a huge fan of that list maybe, but... Snow Bobble either, 18 lands, reconsider only. I guess Force 3 Trade too. I mean... This does not look super. BMJ. Any rolling vortexes? No. Only one Turok, damn. 2 Kaito. Have another list. Blue Black Shadow Immortality. Use the OUC. I do ya no see now. I did not see. That does not sound super either to me. Shredder seems like a better card to play. So the most popular deck in the Sun Tour Day challenge was Death Shadow. And the most played card was Iteration, Bolt, Heat, Bobble, Ragavan, Counterspell, Dispute, DRC, and an odd Force of Vigor. Two Shadow of Morality, just cutting even more lands. 18 lands to consider. Fog. Yeah, 2 Harrison Baron, interesting. Not sure what they do with it. Probably exile cards from the graveyard, but you get the point. Torpor Orb I think is really poor, especially if you have a Snapcaster Mage in your deck. That's an unnecessary anti-synergy, but... This Folklore Rhino list Doomeg was playing got me pretty excited to test versus stock Timur. Okay, let's take a look. Uranus. It's 9 months ago, so that's like... It's like Uranus. Wait, it's 9 months ago we got Boseju and Otawara? No. Those cards are not that old. Isn't Redstone just a better Torpor Orb? Clearly it's not just better, but for the most part it's a better card, yeah. Failure to comply. Nice deck, bro. I think the deck doesn't gain much from Yorion as a companion. So it's better to play 60. For endurance. Really not a believer in 4 endurance being a viable plan versus blurred decks. But congrats to Urh's Ripe for winning. How many Bossejus? Let's check. Just one Bosseju, that's good for my song deck. And the other challenge was won by 4-color Archon of Cruelty by Phil Hellmuth. The poker person. 1 transmogrify. Two Dovin's Vita, no bueno. 3 Boseju, Ayaya. Yeah. 2 Anger of the Gods, interesting choices. 1 Ziatora's Proving Ground to be able to hardcast Archon of Cruelty alongside Blood Crypt. which is here. To kill Her Highness, yeah. Hammer, 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 hammer. I love you, nice nickname. I think this card is really good in Hammer. And it's possible that it should have been played a lot more often in the Lurus era. I think it's just kind of great. Wow, no skill. Tegoras MTG, thank you very much for the raid. Oh, skills are here, okay, 4 copies, base. Laplacian's a no skill gamer, seems like. 2 Nettleses in the sideboard, 3 Tefari. There's a lot of free mana cards. I wonder how he exactly uses them. And he has the Smith still, which like nobody else plays. Because everyone else finds them cringe, but he likes them. Springleaf Drum, Memnite. One thing I don't really like is the what's the name of the guy? Happy Sandwich list of Hammer having 4 Ornithopter. Because against this list, when on the draw against a Ragavan deck, like Ragavan actually is kinda just destroys you. You just lose, so well for your it advantages you that your opponent doesn't really know if you have any Memnites in your deck or not, and the moment a Memnite appears, it is bad for you. But if you know exactly play against Happy Sandwich, who like uses the same list over and over, I think you should just keep Ragavans on the play for 100% on the draw, maybe 2 TBH. Because it just seems like a good card. It's gonna trade for something meaningful that costs mana, so like the worst case is you crash into Stoneforge Mystic, but Stoneforge Mystic often grabs Caldra complete, so you need to kill it anyways. So against this list, I think Ragavan is pretty great. If you play versus Happy Sandwich, you'll probably lose anyways, right? I beat them. I beat them recently. Glimpse combo in the top 8. This time without fun Omnath, sad. Free skill. Yeah, like this list has free Memnite for Ornithopter, so like against this list I don't want Memnite. Raise the CMC of the deck, add a drum. Well, the drum becomes weaker when you don't have cheap cards to tap to it, so it actually does make sense in a way. As silly as it sounds, right? Elemental, so many Bosejus, 2 Boseju, sure. Feel like you keep Ragavan on the play 100% of the time in any matchup. No, not necessarily. Like, if your opponent does play 4 Memnites, then, or does play 4 Young Wolf, then it's easy to imagine that you have a better card than the Ragavan. Even when you're on the play. But if your opponent doesn't have those cards, then you keep it for sure. But also, I think it's fine to keep the Ragavan even on the play, even if your opponent might have a Young Wolf, if you're willing to take that gamble. Another matchup where I think you could board down on Ragavans was the Creativity deck when you're on the draw. Especially the Dwarves, the Crabs, they make it really hard to connect with the Ragavans, so... Yeah, you can also just trim Ragavan down to 2. Sometimes Sometimes I did board down to just one Ragavan, drew in my opening hand and won with it. That's like the funniest thing, I guess. Well, maybe it's not that funny, but it's funny in a way. Alright, so it seems like everybody is stuck in this like whatever kinds of battles, but we're just gonna ignore it and we're going to combo. So let's play on the League of Song of Creation. I asked you if you are tired, and some people said yes, some people said no. We'll see if anyone leaves the chat. And let's make a poll. Are you getting tired of a Song of Creation? Question mark. Yes, no, 10 minutes, start poll, let's go. And let's join the league. How do I feel about 4-color sideboarding Ragavan? I think it's a better main deck card. Wait, I mean, maybe it's not a better main deck card, but I think it functions better in the end to play them in the main deck. I will repeat. I share your enthusiasm for this deck and would prefer you play this deck the majority of the time, based. Like you could sideboard Ragavan in 4-color, but I think the issue then you run into is that there is enough specific cards that are not main deckable that you would want to have to access to. There is more than you can fit anyway, so by putting 4 Ragavans in the sideboard, that's really bad. I prefer Inverter. Inverter was based. I will repeat, I share your enthusiasm for this deck and would prefer that you do not play this deck the majority of the time. Interesting. That's not sound like the most consistent position. You have to try Ragavan Song of Creation just for science. It does not make sense. I will not be playing a creature in my combo deck. That's just lunacy. I see the answer to whether to play Omnath or Safe Right Quest is neither. Yeah, they both seem kinda bad. Why am I doing right and left, up and down, deep, deep, deep? Just so that I can, I don't know, move a little. So my bones don't calcify. So my joints don't calcify. How did the prelim go? I went 3-1 in the prelim, a nice result. Lost to Baron round 1. Was a bit tough. And played against, I guess, kind of a paid actor 1 round. What did we play against? We played against Esper something, Grixis Death Shadow, and like some deck that I don't even remember that we beat easily. Rhinos. Rhinos seems like a good matchup. just living in, but they didn't cycle. Is it Neoform? Nice game. Obviously, we got the forest. I think it's Neoform if they passed the turns. Yeah, Eldritch Evolution discarded. Well, it's your turn. I assume we die when they hit another mana. Fortifying Drought though, that's kinda outdated at this time. Oh shit. Well, we have died, bros. Say Judge Promo Grizzlebrand. Honestly, I don't like it. Power over death was Grizzlebrand's gift. Liliana's formidable necromancy was now unparalleled. Secret lair. Secret lair then. Is it all 4 demons? Yes. Can I check the set? Come on, but not all the cards. Just the demons. Those fucking lands. Balfour Defiled. Exile Balfour Defiled. Each player returns all check assets that are black or red from the battlefield. All minions get +1/+1. What the hell is this? Finally, left-handed magic cards. Oh. Any left-handed people in the chat? If you were left-handed, wouldn't we write from like left to right and then from right to left? Or are they from right to left, right, and left to right? Not sure. A token. I like that the quality, the only available picture quality of this is shit. Brain freeze, bribery, snap, unmask, shadow of doubt. Okay, they got thrust out. They had the normal stuff. So Veil of Summer does not seem to accomplish much. You can have snapback. And you can have the turtle because bouncing actually matters. Almost not block. Nice. Can grab guttural respawns to bounce the Grizzle Brand if they summon it and counter a pact. Something. But might also not be good to wish at all. Although you can also wish for counter to combo off on the next turn easily. Let's do that. Yeah, no Dovin's veto, no failure to comply. Seeing what you draw in case we blue cards. I keep the 0 for my song. They might have Boseju actually. Some other interaction. Doesn't seem like they have Boseju though. God, that's such a sweet deck, says my opponent excitedly. Let's grab the Colossal Sky Turtle. Just to show off. I mean, actually not just to show off, to snap back my endurance. It was all for a reason. I mean, it does make sense for Neoform enjoyers to also be this deck enjoyers, to be frank. Saying kiss my balls? Kiss my balls, kiss my balls. Will they cast a shoal to gain 15 life? Maybe. So maybe one lightning bolt over a grape shot. Something. Why not? Yeah, grape shot might be useful in some spots. Maybe on Simic Charm or grape shot to interact with Neoform. That's just so weak. Bolt for what? For the life total. And it's kinda sketchy. I mastered the way. The way has no beginning and no end. It's simply the path. I'll just resubmit. Where can I find a deck list? Let me think. Maybe here. Oh, weekend. Weekend too. I mean, it's like fine. We don't die on turn one. We can just negate the no form. How's the Ave Maya? It's been mildly useful a few times, but it's kind of hard to tell if it's actually useful or not. Kind of hard to like pinpoint that, I think. Put two on the bottom and seems like they drew nothing. Assume Bosseggio is plausible. Probably do try. Like, if we get Bosseggio, it's fine, and you can pay for the pack next turn. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen. This gets countered, but I think it's unlikely to be countered. Claim. We're not gonna have mana if we get it claimed, but we can offer the pact. Maybe I just let this happen and like have the offer for the Neoform and the snapback too. Yeah, honestly, it's fine. Let's get a Sky Turtle. Yeah, offer the pack is draw 2, but then I don't have counter magic for my opponent's stuff. I know it's like extra mana and extra stuff, but I know feels worse. When did we add Turtle? This league. So it's first match of Turtle. Alright, beat Neoform. Another fun interactive match of Magic. Well, I mean, my opponent killed my enchantment, I countered their spell. So then I was passing with interaction up, not to tap out on one turn too. So that was pretty interactive, right? My plays were influenced by what my opponent did. Co to są za szklanki?
Znaczy, to są te papkowe, nie było żadnych innych. A wiem, że papkowe. Nowe.
So, you know, people literally are gonna interact 3 times and people are gonna come into your chat and say, oh, nice interactive game because you won. Sure, somebody has to win. In the end, somebody will emerge unstopped and win.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I spot songs, so I guess I'll keep. Is 3 decisions impacted by the opponent really that many? I count at least 4. But I think it's many. I don't mind drawing an extra land. Need 4 mana. Are you assuming the comment wasn't sincere? Yeah, maybe I'm wrong in that. Maybe I was like mistaken in assuming that that's true. Assume I can play it. It's the same as not playing it, really. Could play it on the next turn too to conceal, but when they play an Esper Sentinel, they can draw an extra card. This way. Jeez, I can't wait to check out Kansas stream. I wonder what deck he's playing. Let's check the results of the poll. See, 52 votes for no and 22 for yes. So if you're on the yes side, then too bad for you. They found Kaldra complete. They might have Spell Pierce main deck, which is a little bit problematic, I guess. I watched your recent historic Phoenix Mirror from Ham's Kyle Rose side yesterday. I always learn a lot watching tournament replays, yeah. His list seemed smartly built. Because, I don't know, like, we do recognize that Harris is like super rough and like not having answers to it is a bit tough. But then we did not really add many. I had one upgrade, but he just had 3 Harris, 3 upgrades, so I was very much favored in the Harris mini game, let's say. And then he spunked me. They endured the lash of spunking, I guess, so yeah. Wise request a grand song, I think. You skipped the time in the stream when the stream was infested by Durset 4's requests of Grand McDonald's songs. And eventually it was a bit too much, even though they're excellent songs often. But it was just a bit too much in the end. Because the spammage was pretty significant. Do you want a turtle against them? Probably not. I don't know how to sideboard against Hammer because don't really want to cut Sprawl. Don't really want to cut Summoner's Pact. Maybe the Snapback is just like not good. But they have Lavinia. Sometimes it's good to answer Lavinia. Just your Werther, yeah? Yeah, just Werther, yeah. Well said. And cutting Sprawl is kind of bad when it's match about fastness. Well, the answer is Lavinia. Just pay 2 mana. It answers it, I think, well enough. I guess in this matchup we can play 1 Endurance in theory. Just need never to cast it. I guess win with Grape Shot. And I think I want to keep Grape Shot because of Lavinia might be a problem because you need 5 lands to cast Mastered away. I don't know. Keep. It's lots of interaction if you just draw lands at the top. This is better than just Ascendancy Leckless for sure, yeah. Turn 1, Esper Sentinel on the play, let's go. I think I save life. I could shock it, I have many casts to cast, but I think I'll have enough time to cast them. Caldra complete. I guess we're gonna bolt the Stoneforge Mystique. Let's listen to the song closely because in this moment I don't know if it's a guitar or what sound does it come, where does it come from, but it seems to, the music seems to go ay 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 ay, which is interesting. It's a war cry. Yeah, it sounds like a weeb war cry. It might be better to just sprawl red, yeah, but I don't know. Would they have killed it? They had Tamer here. No, I had a Nature's Claim. That's why I didn't cast the Temple Garden. I guess if you... I don't know. Yeah, maybe the color doesn't matter. It's like... Although it feels like it matters slightly. I think they might have counter magic. Okay, we can push through counter magic now. Just need not to die. Find the 4th land and resolve through a counter spell. I mean, the game goes on for many turns because they have no Kaldra, right? So I think we would have died to Kaldra by now, right? Turn 6, like 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we die on turn 5. However, snapback is snapback to your hand. No, I did not. Well, we could snap back the Kaldra, though. Damn, bro. Shadow Spear. I think I would consider boarding the card out. Bro, it's kinda inconvenient. I'm not sure what is the exact right amount of lands, because I think I do screw on lands more often than I flood. But flooding is really bad too. Maybe I should have a 12 with lands. Why not E on 1? They would draw a card, I would explode my own sprawl. I don't need to. And I benefit from the explosives sitting in my hand. E on 1 does not look good, bros. Not at all. Like it would look good if we were playing normal magic here, but we play combo. Like game the sprawl. Like the only thing I need to do is a mana source to. Wow, they're casting something. What's that? A Nettles is strong. And keeping extra 1-drops in hand is just helps because 0 drops in hand because that means you will combo more easily. Alright, bro, just tap down your blue. You only need 1 blue up. I guess seems they don't need to. Okay, well, they need not to have 2 spell pierces. It's not easy to have 2 spell pierces, right? I don't think there is a reason to spend the Nature's Claim. I guess I'll push it to Endurance. Colossus Hammer. Alright, prediction. Do they have 2 spell pierces? One pierce, 1 metallic rebuke. Nah, I don't play it. They do play very, very slowly. Could also just draw a solution to that. 1 pierce, 1 flaster. Flaster is not even a good card against my deck. I shouldn't bother it in. So, but Dovin's Veto? No, that's just mana leak. Sure, bro. Nice counter spell. Bro, your mana is leaking. Damn, bro. Good point. Rigged. We don't know their hand. They might still have 2 spell pierces for what it's worth. True. You have really nice eyebrows, Dot. Thanks. Snap back to reality. Whoops, there goes gravity. Whoop. Alright, 2-0. Endurance has turned out to be a pretty poke champion card for the combo decks, yeah. This is a new deck. Relatively, yeah, in a way. It is a new deck that I started playing, I think, not last Friday, but like the Friday before, so that'll be like 10 days of playing Song of Creation. Can you add one Gifts Ungiven so you can call it Gift Storm? I don't think it's an optimal card to add, so not really. MTT 420 RR Turbine Superbike. Thank you, Esserjana, for the song request. Very nice song. Bad mana. Chad, do you think I should play 20th land in this deck? But if I were to play 20th land, I would need to cut a Veil of Summer or a... or a Sprawl, which is kind of the same. Maybe I should play 4 Sprawl. What's on Spikefield Hazard? I would prefer Balaged Recovery than Spikefield Hazard. Because like it's not really castable during the combo. I think. That's interesting. But it's pretty bad though. It's pretty bad, I think. But maybe like should move the third veil to the back to the sideboard, have 4 sprawls to have most possible tools. Stop. I'm tapping your land. Sure. Terrible draw. Sure. This is now the Rhinos. Oh, that's a relief. Although I liked my, flashback card, my graveyard. Don't have anything good in this situation. I think response is the best. Because we can then spend a Veil of Summer, offer a Veil of Summer to make treasures. I'm a big fan of cast to begin by asking if you want to take the action if the character's cast. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it does say you may reveal a multicolor card you own from outside the game and put it into your hand. But I think the meta menu would be like to give you the menu and give you the question as to like show you the cards and show you like don't take card option. Rather than ask you, do you want to use Glittering Witch's ability? Well, no shit, bro. I do, yeah. They force this. It's gonna be awkward. Nice mana base, by the way. Thanks. If you were free to add a land to the deck list, what would it be? A fetch land? Other games on mine, probably. I think the games on mines are quite helpful. We can't shock in blue now, which is problem. How do you take the grab shot in grave? You reshuffle with endurance. Smile Confluence or City of Brass bad? Yeah. Does Alice have one Gemstone Cavern? No. The cavern is, I think, pretty bad. It's like, does not that helpful. Does not speed you up meaningfully enough to be Gucci. We can Pact for Cantor, Gut Shot, counter our Gut Shot, then you have 3 mana. Actually, we have 4 mana, so you can play Song, or you don't have a 0 drop because you have the response. So had I grabbed, I mean, they are forced and we can't win anyways, but we can, yeah, I guess. There's other games on mine. And move a well to the sideboard, and what's the least useful card? And the sideboard, well, Turtle or Colossal Sky Turtle. Charm or Turtle need to go this way. Or is the Fairy? Because the Fairy is not actually that good either. I rarely get it. Let's get the Fairy, because the Fairy does not really have a specialized role that's like super based. You don't get into, you don't play grindy games this deck. Sena's Ram, but doesn't have the song. I think we're gonna Mool. This has song, but doesn't have the ramp. Let's keep. Yeah, 20 land seems like a wise option, and also it seems like many of the losses, like we hope to draw the land so often. Okay, we got there. So maybe I shouldn't have the 20th land. Does this deck remind me of KCI? Yes, a bit. Point Captain Bone Crusher Giant. I mean, you know, Stomp to face, play attack seems like a good card. I'm not sure if we revealed Song. Did we wish for Song last game? We did not, right? We wish for Guttural response. You might not even know that I'm playing Song. TBH. Wasn't KCI War way more difficult to pilot? I don't know. I think it's kind of similar, TBH. This deck is probably easier to like execute the combo, but it's like similar in like getting there, I think. What's on my t-shirt? Jatora. And in a pool of golden coins. Like most of the KCI gameplay was to resolve your 4 mana combo, let's say combo engine, win the game thing. This deck is much easier to navigate the turns that progress you further, but don't outright win. I don't know, that's true. If we go this and we need to spend both cards, we can't continue. I might just strike it rich. No, that's kind of not that good. They will make rhinos, attack me for 8, the next turn we have to go off. We draw a card and off of this. Seems good. Like we should manage to do something. Well, we rely on drawing a land or a 0-drop from this, but that's most of my deck. Or a green card. So literally anything is gonna work almost. Do you think this deck is winning because people do not expect that? Potentially. Pact first. It depends. If I pact, I commit to losing. Strike first, that seems bad. Thank you, Shaman, for the resub. What are my losses? I mean, I'm 2-0. So no losses. Yes, I guess we packed first. Like, which is... The thing is that if they have Vigor... Matchup I struggle most, I mean. Burn. GLS, I think, a bit. I think Pact gives me more protection and like there's less committing. I think I should well. Because this protects me from Vigor and makes me not die if they have Boseiju. Yeah, and I've committed to no rhinos, so we also have more time this way. And now we win. Is it very hot in Poland still? Not really. Not really. It's kind of cold nowadays. Can be countered, so you get full value from offer. Was it very hot? For a moment, yeah. Can the deck afford to run a card like Silence? Well, is Well of Summer a card like Silence? There is still things that Silence doesn't stop. Namely, Boseju, so it's kind of no value in playing Silence. Chat, do you think the Rhino fanboys, they're like people who are really the biggest Rhino fanboys and just spend their free time seemingly talking about how great this deck is on social media? Do you think those people, they actually ever played with Living End and they know that this level of power that Living End offers is available? Which is kind of unrelated to what we're doing right now, to the combo, but just a thought. Or is all they know just like mid-range creatures? And they're like, damn, this is so good, mid-range creatures. Is this my brew? It is a list that I took, that I built. I took heavy inspiration from other lists I found online. But you could call it my brew, yeah, I guess. Try to make Song of Creation work for on and off 2 years, I guess. I think they're aware of the Living End deck, yes, but I think they like played with it to actually experience that for yourself, and then they'll be like, damn, you know, I would prefer to Rhinos. I would rather prefer it to Rhinos, people. Because honestly, I kind of, this is very hard for me personally to imagine the justification, like personally from my own standpoint, what would push me towards playing Rhinos? And I mean, I guess if they're broken, then sure. For an offer you can refuse. I was playing Song of Creation History using a bunch of X and 0 drops in Oracle. Yeah, but that's like just not very good, I think. The point is casting draw step effects. Maybe I shouldn't have fetched. Yeah, I shouldn't have fetched. That was bad. But it's kind of funny that they made us do the draw step. Then I would have fetched, now would have played both of the cards through Fire Ice. I remember playing the Oracle Song Day and they won in Standard. It was so bad, KW. Oh yeah, this is the Rhino deck at my favorite test. when I do this, when they just die. I even play the counter? I think I don't. I have like infinite time now. But yeah, Rhino deck missing land 2 and dying. Missing land 3 and dying. Oh shit. Well, maybe they're not dying. Maybe I'm dying. Oops. Let's go moon. Yes, they mooned me. Pog, I thought they're gonna do different stuff. Are you fucked? By no means, you just need an extra mana. Wow, Dragon Island, so lucky. I was afraid they're gonna make 2 4/4s. They pitched a violent outburst, so you know, they brought it out onto themselves, I guess. They just chose to outburst instead of mooning, I guess they thought they would wanna screw me. Oh, I'm taking damage. They still can have Boseju, that would beat me actually. This is a little bit interesting. Because I could Pact of Negation the Petty Theft and then offer my Pact. That means I would die to Mystical Dispute on an offer I can refuse. I don't think I want to die of Dispute and I don't even die on the next turn. It's fine, I can pack their Dispute, ... Or can I? Okay, this is a little bit tough now. Because you might die to the hashtag best deck. I like that play since now we're dead to everything. Well, I'm not dead to Dispute if I draw a land. Just win through Dispute. Just need a land. Ah, what the fuck, bro? So we don't have a 0 if we like spend the endurance because we need to go endurance back this. So after Ryan is missing the land free and I'm me shit talking them. I think I should have played a counter a turn earlier that I didn't play. Although I don't think it would have ended up making any difference, but I think we should have had the 20 land in the deck too. Yes. Maybe we can trim a 0 drop and like add an extra Utopia Sprawl this way. But I would describe this as an unfortunate. Am I satisfied with the Utopia Sprawls? I think the Sprawls are great, yeah. I'm trying to fit the 4th one, TBH. Because you need to hit 4 mana and like Utopia Sprawl lets you hit 4 mana. I don't know why people hate on it. Like I more often miss mana than not. If you cut Utopia Sprawls, you just have less mana sources in your decks. You're not gonna have mana to find songs. But it does feel at times they have a little bit too little mana in the deck. Not too much mana in the deck, so. Yeah, could 3 Megachador and E is weaker when you have sprawls too, because you then can blow up 1-drops. So Megachador might actually be still like better than E. At this end we mulligan because it does not have mana. This one has mana, so we keep. Simpler. Wait, this way? Although maybe put back the pact because it's only mulligan. Ooh, what's that? Dredge? It's could offer my bauble, but I don't think I want to. It's probably Dredge if they have Mana Confluence. They play Mana Confluence. Spire Bluff, Grief. Bros. I am scared. They took my offer, not my song. What the hell? I was just living in with a Mana Confluence. Hey, Canister, do you feel this deck has legs in the format? Yes, I went for 3, 1, and 2 prelims. I think it's a pretty good deck. Mana Confluence got me good, but it's just like living end. But they should have discarded the song. Like, I mean, seems super weak to keep me with it, like take the offer, but maybe they're gonna have Outburst and Force. Sad. But you don't know how the deck well, even if you don't know how the deck works, you see the Song of Creation, what are you going to think? You're going to think, damn, nice card. 7, 10, 13, 21. Veil. Well, it's had a turtle against them, not sure. Skip Grapeshot because they might board weird shit. Ley lines. Free spells are good. Who knew? Yeah, who knew? Yeah, it might have been actually. I mean, maybe it made sense for him to take the offer. TBH. Let's not give them green. Yeah, if my plan had a force of negation, then I guess it made sense for them to do the way they did. Solid. Good grief. It's fine though. We can like they miss land drop. We can be fine. We have like plenty of interaction ourselves. This can grab endurance against living end. Also have the turtle, right? So Wow, West. The turtle also will return from living end. Space. I mean that was pretty base, indeed. Pretty nice combination here. But yeah, I think I just lose so much more to screwing than to flooding. Definitely adding the more mana source is gonna be wise. 20 lands for Sprouse, let's try that. Let's see if we count 1-0 and we're gonna suddenly wave so much more often. The Wawa West. Wah 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 wah. Wawa West. Wawa West. We lost to Rhinos, but I will never lose to Rhinos again. Anymore. Wah 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 West. So they promise the statement. It's a statement, yeah. Keep grape shot. Yeah, I mean, in case. I mean, I'm scared of bullshit. But the Rhino, well, Rhino. It actually helped to have the Sky Turtle. I don't really want to draw land. Not sure. I think like don't want to land 4 immediately. Punish for fetching the Sacred Foundry with the Sprawl. Not sure that the fairy is even good here. Why not play the Sprawl here? Because I fetched the Sacred Foundry. So I can't. I mean, you just want me to go turn 3 combo, but I don't want to go like turn 3 combo into force. That seems kinda unlikely to work. Seems like it didn't have a force. Good draw. They pitched though, so did you just have 2? Why they have 6 on the previous turn though, did the fairy? Well, it does make sense for them to have 2 because they have 6. Maybe they just, I don't know, maybe there was some trickery, but It does not make sense for them to have two architects, but architects targeted me, I think. Yeah, they targeted me. Lol. It's true they don't even have lethal. I have 11 life, they have 10 damage. Let's keep the counter in play. I don't know which mana I wanted to make. Okay, 3-1. We lost to actual rhinos, but not to fake rhinos. Let's go +1 Sprawlerino. You have 24 mana in the deck. We need to hit a 4th land drop. Hi dude, in blue white do you think it's better 2x Chalice MD or 3x Tynx? I think in every possible conceivable scenario that the humanity can think of, 3x Chalice is preferable to 2x Chalice. I mean, actually, I'm pulling your leg because I don't know, but it's also a kind of a hard question to answer. It's like depends on your entire deck and like what you want to be better off against, right? So it's better 2x Chalice or 3x Chalice. I don't know. What's your alternative card? What do you want to play otherwise? Do you play in tournaments where you play Cascade? Not much or not? I read the 20th land, the extra gemstone. Gemstone number 3. How do I kill a god? Just like normal, I don't know. Actually, I don't know how. Let's go hammer, 10 damage. Come on, bro, I said that jokingly. So tough. I mean, I might need to play explosives here. Otherwise, endurance champ. I need to draw 2 lands. 11 generic mana, yeah, why not? Wish for Werther. I need to wish for the song. Yeah, the explosives are frankly not that good in this deck because of the Ectopia Sprouts. One is the most frequent explosives playable like amount, but you can't do it often. Or maybe the Sprouts are not that good. The Sprouts are great, bro. Like what I don't know, bros. Do the Sprouts look bad to you while watching the stream? Does the actual ability to cast Song and to ramp towards Song look bad to people? Because everyone here is just saying, oh yeah, the Sprout is so bad. I don't know, bro, it's so bad. Yeah, there's anti-synergy with Sprawl and explosives, sure. Like literally, how else do you like win on time? You don't win on time. It's so weird to me, and people just keep posting that. I played this deck with Serum instead of Sprawl. You cannot support Serum Visions. You could support another green card. Maybe you could support Abundant Harvest. Let's do this again. No, well, Grazer is like Sprawl, but worse. Like, you absolutely need to resolve a 4 mana card. Ideally, you will have 5 or 6 mana. Like, a Banana Harvest grabs you more lands if you start for lands. But just the ramp aspect is also pretty great to me. Once someone respect out question mark, I have no further cards that I wish to sideboard in, so. Well, Abandoned Harvest is better because it actually makes the mana, it actually functions within the mana base, which Serum Visions doesn't. Mind Collapse is good. I think it's not because I will not be able to interact with it with my opponent's creatures, and they don't. Like, it does not answer hate in any meaningful way. What is Mind Collapse for? It answers the Fairy Time Raveler for 0 mana while comboing. Incarnate. It's not even like that good or that necessary, but I've sound reasoning to me. I bought it against the decks where I can need to kill Eidolon of Great Revel before going off to. I think it's pretty nice in that draw. Yeah, it's probably looking pretty nice here. Like, if you just are forced to win on turn 4 the earliest, that is kind of slow. It's reasonable to have a growth spiral to wish for in spots. You will never wish for growth spiral. I guarantee you'll never do that. That seems like a scenario that has 0% chance of happening. Do you play a changes this weekend? I will, yeah. I think I have nothing coming up, so if that remains true, I will. I was thinking about siding in Pyro or Mentor for counter magic matchups. You could, but the counter magic matchups are like the best matchups for this deck, so. Sounds kinda not really helpful. Pyro or Mentor? I also don't think you will trigger the Mentor all that often. I don't think you will be triggering it that often. Like, how many spells are you casting here? The pacts you're not casting, and this does not function as like a good switch to like grindy game deck. But it just blows through counter magic, it just avails the Pact of Negation, the counter spell gamers just never can stop you. I take tomorrow off, I do, yeah. I consider Moonblast Cleric. Is that a tutor person? Not really, but... it's pretty... I think I'll definitely play... I'll definitely play... What would I play? What do I want to say, chat? The enchantment that gives Shroud. Got Caldra. Sterling Grove, yeah. Need to pass, unfortunately. Should have cracked the bubble immediately, doesn't matter. But yeah, I think I'll play Sterling Grove over the tutor, over the 3 mana Moonblast Cleric, because in general it's pretty bad to play dead cards. So I would avoid that. Yes, we have the strikes and we have the mission as well to win next turn, just need not to die. And they fetch for Caldra, so that's a good sign. But also, any dead card during the combo is pretty heavy and makes his deck weaker. So I would avoid that. Any like Moonless Cleric. If you can pitch it to Endurance, it's half dead. That's like more okay, but just as many cards as you can should be castable. What are the worst matchups for this deck? Rhinos. Rhinos is not the worst matchup. Baron is gonna be much tougher. Hope you don't have Hammerino. Okay, we won. What about discard decks? Well, GLS is a bit tough too, yeah. I don't think like red black mid-range is that tough. If they don't have counter magic, you just have to worry about discard spell. Well of Summer is pretty strong. I'm talking about black red mid-range because I did play against some decks like that, so you know, have experience. Don't make me regret it. Oh, I think the deck is base, so I don't think you will need to. To jest rzucać. To full. Taki fajny kodek z nami. Mamy taki gremlin. What do you think of the lightning bolt shot? Seems useful to have sometimes you need to kill a creature. Is there any way to shuffle graveyard and library multicolor? There probably is. What do we put back? Probably strike dredge. Should we realize this deck is favor against middle with many endurances? Probably not. It's like endurance, schmendurance, but still. They will play, you know, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, and you will realize that your deck costs 42 mana or something like that total, and it's gonna be tough. And like 2 endurance never has beaten mill. Why not offer your bubble here? Because I think I will offer Sounders Pact end of turn to give them the Sentinel card later. But Pact is better to have for the combo purposes, so it's close. They can also keep the Nature's Claim this way. If they go 8, equip Hammer to a creature, you can kill the creature. Does this work? Well, it works, but I don't think it opens anything new. Interesting though. Yeah, Aftermath means you need to 5 mana. And there's also like little benefit from doing so, but dimere. Should even pay, but don't need to. Did I add more fetchables? I did not add more fetchables, no. Also, I don't know since when, but I did change the mana base. Like now the mana base is great. I did draw 2 cards from the guy, which is a bit tough, but... Oh, okay. It always looked terrible, the mana base. Well, I don't think it looks terrible now. Must look like such a chad move to the unfamiliar when you packed end step turn 1, yeah. Or when you like turn 1 packed off negation your Ragavan. They're like, what? And you're like, actually, wait, I will not be able to pay for it. I'll cast offer, you can refuse. Put your Kaldra into play, bro. Caldrona. Well, Azik, I don't know since when is your question being posed. I fiddled with the mana base many times. I don't have more fetchables. I don't know. I don't think many more fetchables matters either. Yeah, blowing up the hammer might have been better. Because we need to pass now. Yeah, nice Caldra. What are they doing with the Stoneforge Mystic? Putting in Caldra? Fine. Did that Stoneforge Mystic teabag me? Will they flash in the hammer? Nice. Oh, come on. Equipping the fucking Esper Sentinel to die to a Gatshot too. Can you turn one with this deck? No, not really. Maybe in theory. No, you can't. Turn one is not possible. So he did whiff twice. Was not good. But now with the 2 extra mana sources, we did lose to like not having it. Well, game 1 we got rushed down too quickly too. They seem like mono white hammers. I did not need to keep the Grapeshot, I think. I have 16, 18 through zeros, and many more fake zeros. I did just cut an explosives for a Utopia Sprawl. So Utopia Sprawls frequently dead end during combo early. Main deck Veil, question mark. There is a Veil in the main of my deck, yeah. Try Abundant Harvest. I already know that Abundant Harvest is not a better card than Utopia Sprawl in this deck, which is incredibly based. Have I enjoyed the 20th land? Not yet, but I just added a 20th land, the 4th Sprawl, because I just didn't have mana in most of the games I lost. Edge of Autumn. Well, you can cycle it, you don't cast it. That's pretty bad, I think. Could you show me your go-to list for Amulet Titan right now? Thank you. I don't really have one, but I can show you what I have built. It's called the Optimal List. Yeah, you can copy it. Ritual Manamorphose? No. Well, the Ritual doesn't help with anything. Optimal list with a 14 card sideboard, lol. It's a 61 card deck, 14 sideboards deck. And it's optimal exactly because of that. You board out the cards from your main deck to the sideboard, so post board you present 60 cards every time. Do you really need 4 cavern, lol? I think for as long... Well, it's not a case of needing, it's the case of just having the cards that will yield you the best returns, and I think cavern will yield you the best returns, because for as long as the card counterspell is going to be played, your titans are going to suffer to the card counterspell. Could play Black Pact in the Cyber as well, by the way. Sure, but why? What for? So yes, you need 4 caverns to maximize your win potential. Yeah, I guess. Cavern is not even so good versus Murktide post-board. The game is all about Redstone, Subtlety, and TMS. Also Moon plus Magus. Well, the game is about that because the Murktide deck needs to respect the Cavern of Cells. But is it going to be easier or harder to win the game if their counter spells can counter the Titans or not? The unlicensed hearse is used against graveyard decks, isn't it? Well, it is, yeah. Like, I think it's going to be easier to beat. Well, you still need to beat counterspell. So, like, you need a way to beat counterspell, then you need a way to beat dress down, a way to beat subtlety, a way to beat TMS. I don't know about the TMS, but sure. Like, yeah, unless you actually board out the counterspell, then you could just play no caverns and play more castles because you level them, but I don't think people do that. I do not board out counter spells, but I always play like you play turn 3 uncounterable Titan. Sure. So do you agree that it's going to be easier for the Titan player to win? Like, does getting a Primeval Titan counterspelled lower the expected win rate in the game that happened? If you put a Titan on the stack and a counterspell targets it and it gets removed to the graveyard, is that like Titan player less or more likely to win? And there is also game once where I won the 4 caverns too. Would I cast a 6 mana spell into 2 mana spell? Well, what you gonna do? I don't know. What word are we talking about? Like, what choices does a Titan deck have? Sit there or cast a Titan? Like, it's tough. So the only real counterplay that Titan has versus counter magic is Cavern. So you need the Cavern in play to play any type of a more complicated game. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. Either I'm on like some much lower level of understanding, which is possible, but yes, sit there, tutor map, tutor cavern. Sure, well, that's so you need the cavern. So like your point is that the cavern is not so good in the matchup, but then like you tutor the cavern. So that's, I don't know. I'm not convinced by your reasoning. Like, so clearly we have established that you do need the cavern against the card counter spell to be competitive. Saying you don't need 4 copies with Ma, but play 1 or 2 castles. Yeah, I think I prefer to play the cavern because you just draw it. Also, game 1 it's just more relevant. And I think it's just more common that you need to beat the card counterspell than not in modern nowadays. Just super common. So when I build Titan, I prefer to acknowledge that and just prioritize cavern over castle, as cavern does not work with castle. Tutoring with map, not so reliable. It's also a relatively common strategy, which I also don't quite grasp fully why that's like so good, but people like to board out sagas against Murktide. Partially in anticipation of Blood Moon, which then makes this map not reliable for cavern. Because you don't have saga in your deck. And before you say, well, but Blood Moon turns off cavern anyways, well, sure. Got a React Andy to a Reddit post. Let's hope it's a good one. Good question. 18 or 19 lands in Murktide. This might sound crazy, so self-aware, but I would depend on the events. Anything 5 rounds or less, I'd play 18, but any longer events, I'd play 19. Can I ask why? I lean towards power level for leagues and FNM type stuff, and more towards consistency for longer stuff. I figure over the course of a long event, you are better off ensuring land drops all day. You're also a target for hate on... I guess you asked me to explain this logic, and I'm just reading what this person says more so. You are also a target for hate on Murktide, so bringing another Murktide or Charm over a land exposes you to more hate in bigger events. So yeah, greater build for shorter events, more conservative for longer events. Bringing another Murktide or Charm over a land exposes you to more hate. Does Charm expose you to hate? Well... I mean, ultimately, 18 or 19 should have an expected win rate. And one of those win rates is going to be higher. Although it's pretty hard to decipher. Consistency for longer stuff. Canister, I'm using Free Explorer into Azusa. What do you think about that? I think it's acceptable. So, what is your goal at an FNM or a league? As the number of rounds goes up to infinity, eventually I want to the most consistent deck of 60 lands. Can think of a real argument, but I don't think it's correct. You could argue that as you win more games, the distribution of decks in the metagame changes such that 19 becomes more favorable over time. Yeah. That's so true. You're playing more or less to dodge hate. It's like, what kind of hate is he facing? What kind of hate makes his Archmage's Charm so bad? Because he specifically singles out Charm. The X Mile High Gaming X. So like, what is a hate card that makes Archmage's Charm super vulnerable? Because Merktide, yeah, I can get it, right? But Cavern is the hate card, fair. Cavern. This is the Cavern, but then you play against most Simul players, they have 3 Caverns at most, because they like have to fit their player stronghold. Pyroblast from Eternal Masters is legal in paper, yeah. Yeah, against other matchups, I would like to have extra castles over my caverns. But I think the difference is just much better against counterspells decks, and I just want to draw a cavern against a counterspell deck over every time. Just too bad if you get countered. Like, how many times mana leaks even nowadays? Not sure they want to board them, but... Hate cards like Blood Moon. I fucking hate that card, yeah. I think the marginal benefit of the 4th cavern is less than doubling the amount you see castle TBH. Well, you frame it like this, it might be... It is true that like the 4th cavern is the worst, but... You know, the Blink decks, they have just counterspell too. Could play an Amulet League or Song of Creation League with 20 lands. Let's play Song. Let's play Song. Titan. Some other day. Stream Deck broke, so I can't upload, but... We got free too. Can you fit 4 caverns into your 20 lands? I only have 3 mines. I think the 20 lands... 20 lands is gonna be an improvement. Force Pros, maybe like the -1 Veil is gonna be bad. I think I would play 4 caverns if I could play caverns for enchantments. What do you think, Chad? I think it would be pretty good. Although it would make the mana bad. Ugh. But half the reason you need mana to begin with is the Song of Creation. How many times have I wished for Simic Charm? Not a single one. I have wished for the Simic Charm not to be there every single time I had some other situation come up though. Yeah, but also I haven't played against 4-color. I will keep it until I play more against 4-color, but just... I don't run against 4-color. I don't play against 4-color. Play 3 cavern and 5 round events and 4 and 6 or more round events. Yeah, like 4 caverns is definitely. See, 20 lands already. This is a 20 land. Could be a well. We would have a well of summer in the sand. Is the meme land Hall of Helios Generosity? I think a colorless land is a bit too bad. It's a bit too much to play a colorless land. Is that Heliod or Mirror? There's so many tickets out there. Regular silver, gold, diamond. How much they cost? Why do you get price wall ticks for like buying a entrance? This feels like main deck Blood Moon maybe, so. Pen. Canny Poggers. Bottle of water.
He's a phenomenal control player.
It's the mirror clearly.
It might be the mirror, yeah, but I'm not ready. It's a Blood Moon deck. Yeah, it's not the mirror. GR Donkin, thank you. Hope they don't kill my lands with pillage. Sure. Last league we went 3-2. Lost to the best deck in the modern format, Rhinos. And the worst deck in the modern format, Hammer, but barely. Yeah, I know the grape shot's in my hand, but I'm seeing if I'm able to win with the second win con. Which I am. So I can grape shot. Come on, man. This is a Karn deck. Very well could be. It's probably not a Pact of Negation deck. Self-claim in case of stuff. Maybe won the Turtle against Boseju stratagems actually. Let's have the Turtle. Let's keep the Grape Shot. I'm afraid of this deck. Well, it's a combo deck. It's normal to be afraid. Just, you know, approach it gently and try to understand it. Is Turtle the best creature in the modern format? Yeah, it is. I mean, it's pretty good. I think the Turtle actually is kind of valid. It also helps against Song. Against Boseju, you can just Boseju. Regrowth. I mean, the only way to end the game is the Grape Shot, right? Grape Shot, or the main way to win to finish the game is Glittering Wish for Master the Way. But it is a combo deck, yes. So it's mainly gonna win with Grape Shot. Nice draw. One a land, number 2, I think. Oh, fine. Gather Shot is the one drop that humiliates Ragavan. I mean, Gat Shot. Is it? Sort of. Ragavan a Gat Shot format? Do you want to fetch a breeding pool and make 2 treasures? Z potentially Baseju mana. There's a Blood Moon issue too. I don't think it's a Simic Charm game anyways, so Simic Charm proving to be medium. What do I think about the Tameshi combo? Is it a reliable deck? Doesn't seem to be particularly great. Is there an updated list somewhere? Stream Deck or Croc? Procs, there's not. Alright, I'll upload it to Discord, I guess. Bro. Do I think Song of Creation is more reliable than Tameshi? What makes it more reliable if so? I mean, I don't know, just win with it. And Tameshi deck, I didn't play it much, so. But, Tameshi is like the creature that you can kill. Alright, the list is on the Discord because Stream Decker doesn't work. As a sub only, okay, I can post it to modern. I don't know if they had a green card or not. It's pretty hard to say and like pretty hard to discuss in detail, so I said that it seemed okay because it did seem kind of okay. There's an app error, but just go to my Discord browse and it's in the modern channel. Enforcing the song seems much better now. Not really, that kind of runs into Pact of Negation. But so they don't know if they have it or not. I bought it out too, so maybe shouldn't if like my opponent's a Vigor deck and I expect them to Vigor. Yeah, I needed to have the treasures to cast the songs. I think their play was okay. I think their play was pretty okay. And I don't know if they had a green cards that they would have wanted to get rid of. I mean, I assume the question was whether to hold and like force a song with Vigor. My hand like matched up so that I could make more treasures immediately. Clotties and Monkey. Yeah. This is the matchup where you want Simic Charm and still doesn't look that good. No, the matchup where I want Simic Charm is Boseijur and it's not Ponza. What about waiting until next upkeep to force treasures? Yeah, that's probably better. Upkeep force treasures would be better. But yeah, I want Simic Charm against 4 color. Yawgmoth deck opinion. I think Yawgmoth is a strong tier 2 deck, like really strong, really nice. Although when you play it, you kind of feel that your cards are a little bit worse than everyone else's. It's a very synergy based deck. Well, it's decently strong synergies in the combo in it, so I think it's worth mastering if you like it, I guess. I have no song, let's just mulligan find song. Alright, it's just 6, so. Have I seen the Golari food deck in the top 8 of SCG? I think I did. It was like, seemed like the Golari food deck from a year ago. Oh, speaking of jog mods. It's true that the Yawgmoth deck only has 8 cards that do something ever, but pretty good. And you know, there's also like 7 tutors for those cards, so it's kind of unfair to say that you have 8 cards that do something only. Nice song. Damn, I wish I could draw Wish. Maybe a couple of additional tumors. What? Was it tumor? Tutors. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe I should have just mulliganed my hand. Like, if you... I think... There's, like, not really great tutors to play, besides ones we play. But it does feel like we would want more stuff sometimes, obviously. Said Among Us. Christ. Robi wrażenie. Turut. Tu. Turu. Turu. Barman wódkę chłodzi. DJ Pox dowozi. Do we take the damage now? I guess they could sacrifice 3 creatures otherwise and still kill me with the Grease trigger. Is Pact for Wish Fairy a good enough reason to consider that card? You need to say that again because I don't understand. Pact for Wish Fairy. A good enough reason to consider that card. Search your library for a green creature card. Not good reason. Bad reason, in fact. I live in Poland and I speak Polish. And English. Wjeżdża biała męca, więcej nam nie trzeba, barman wódkę chłodzi. Wjeżdża biała mewa. Więcej nam nie trzeba. Dealer koks dowozi. Barman wódkę mrozi. Song. Have discard sometimes. Don't Forvel for sure. We like Snapback. Bold. I don't know if I want Mind Collapse, probably not. Is Necromancer even that good versus you? Should be fairly okay. I think it was a real comment, but I don't really remember it. Okay, let's not play Snapback. Is there a decklist anywhere? There is a decklist in my Discord, yeah. The modern channel. Alright, opponent sideboard. You have a game to play. Quad Vel plus 4 Wish versus Necromancer makes it kinda mid. Yeah, I thought you meant like in general, if Necromancer is like strong enough that I feel forced to... That I feel forced to bring Veil. Which I understood your question as, but... I think it's not that good in general because of the Wish. Yeah, and because of the Veil. Nice turn one play. Koksu 5 gram, odlecieć sam. Ile zapomnienia w głowie myśli mam, kiedy skończy się ten stan. Powiedzie biała węgorz. Koksu 5 gram, odlecieć sam. Krainę zapomnienia w głowie myśli mam, kiedy skończy się ten stan. Feels like they're gonna magus me. They're fetching the basics. Solid. Gonna evolve into the Magus now. Sure. Maybe I was supposed to float green to go Veil, counter my own Veil. Or packed the thing, and yeah, I was supposed to pact and make treasures with offer. Yeah, it was a bit lame on me then. Now they play something. Not playing stuff. Not good. Then they liberate, you die. No, I would Pact of Negation and counter my own Pact of Offer. I don't die. Pożyczki, bo przycinam jak nożyczki. Koksu 5 gram, odlecieć sam w krainę zapomnienia. W głowie myśli mam, kiedy skończy się ten stan. Owiedzie biała węgorz, jak na Discovery. Watermelon and chocolate, yes or no? Interesting combination. Wymiętolony. Wiesz, jak kurwa rozpalony. Risky. We did it. This would have been a explosives for sure. And then would have drawn this into nothing anyway, so it didn't matter. Well, too bad, I guess. Do I listen to music in Polish and English mostly, or do I enjoy music in languages I don't know also? I don't need to know the language to enjoy music, yeah. Okay, the Yawgmoth game was a little bit lame. Didn't you have 2 land drops there? I did, but what did you want to do with those land drops? Cast my red cards? Nice, I didn't have any red cards. Well, I did have this, but not enough manas. Feels like something went super wrong this game though, like... Is it or less? No, just X. Probably was a bad key, probably like really shouldn't keep no song hands game 1. Yeah, like over 90% to have it on 7, 6 or 5 cards, so should like embrace it and keep. Classic Foundry Utopia. Yeah, well, it's a bit of a problem, but... you stop playing MTG, would you still stream? I don't know what would I stream then though. Yeah, stream Genshin Impact with 27 viewers. That'll be the thing. Like I probably I don't know. Well, if let's say I can't play Magic anymore because of like some reason, I think I would. Nice draw. It's possible I would just not stream anymore because it seems not really sustainable to stream random games to 20 people. If MTG dies for an instance. Yeah, well, but it's not really realistic for MTG to die within like a soon time frame. Will I stream Portal 2 with Kasia? Please no, I don't want to play Quartal. That's thing that says that I probably won't. Can beat 2 Spell Pierces next turn. But I think the odds that they have to is pretty slim, so. Counter target spell? No, Yukon Knife. Is it more common to be written as Kasia or Kasia? It's always Kasia with an I. Where mana? Let's try a top card. It's a Glittering Wish, so let's shuffle first. Get Endurance. Gotcha Dragabon. Saved. Well, not quite yet, I guess. But for the most part, saved. Yeah, saved. Very gloomy music. What? Yeah. GG. Yeah. Probably free Utopia's Pros is fine because I like end up botting them out anyways all the time. What's the win con? Master the Way out of the sideboard or Grape Shot? From main deck. I don't need the Grape Shot in this matchup. When you play interesting games, not Genshin, does your viewership tank? When I play non-Magic, it does. Oh, small because like just getting to 6 to have a chance that song is so good. But it's really good at summoning the Leja Shada. Bobble, let's go. Tuko knives. Kinda want to Veil, but do you think the matchup would still be good for you if Merc had Spell Pierce over Fluster Storm? Like full force Spell Pierce? Maybe not. Spell Pierce is like definitely the toughest. What the hell is Scarlet Spell Pierce? What is their hand? Okay, I'm keeping the Veil. Well, they could also use Disputes. But it could be scary, yeah. Sniping Nausea Veil, so what? So you think they snipe and they will let me resolve my song? And they'll be like, ha, I knew it's gonna resolve anyways, so I didn't even bother countering, bro. And I'd be like, damn, bro, you... Congrats. Gee, I want Forest. Okay, next turn. They don't seem like they have Moon. And you should survive, and then... What is this? Oh, draw 2, that's fine. What happens when you charm a Utopia Sprawl? It's controller, yeah. Reading the card explains the card. Bro, will I do Vintage Mana Trader series this month? Maybe? I'm typically super big on the Mana Traders. They connive enough times, so they probably will have an extra counter. which is a bit tough. Yeah, oops. Bro, they had 3 counters, insane. They counter my Veil? They did counter my Pact, right? Yeah, they did counter my Pact, so you're not dead. I guess we might have a draw step. They have 3 lightning bolts post board. That's a huge amount. Let's have an extra Utopia Sprawl because that's few Utopia Sprawls. But at this point we need to cut a 0 drop. The average player deck doesn't have much against you. 2 flash system to dispute, and it's basically it, yeah. I guess, and like you can't hit before bolts. That's why they commonly have bolts. It's kind of explosives, but maybe we're venturing deep into the physical territory now by doing so. Two baubles. I have 2 baubles, I think we can keep. I have Gutshot for Agabon. Pack to push. No creature on turn 1. Wasn't fetch better so you can shuffle if there is a land or the bubble. I wanted to keep the save the fetch. That's what I'm doing, I'm scrying. With bubble. I think they also bring in the Blood Moon often too. Actually, that's even good, but okay, it was good. Andrés pasa repara optica et exiare de combos esmagoticos. Englando, s'il vous plaît. Ne habla englando, then too bad. Then ne habla in general. Unless it's Polish, because I understand Polish, so I'm fine with that. Pierce, bro. Why kill Ragavan now? Because if it hits me, it's going to make it treasure and they have more mana, so I prefer them to have less mana. Also, think it's fine if this happens and I get to Veil. I need that 0. Well, I need a 0, but like I don't need to combo for the next turn if I kill the Ragavan. And if they don't have the Ragavan, I think I'm in a very nice position, so I wouldn't say need the 0. I think we're fine not having the 0. We might also draw another one from the 2 draws. Well, 1 draw. Guaranteed. So that was my thought process. I played Dragon, we're just gonna play the song. With Strike a Rich in the graveyard. Or are we just gonna win? I mean, it's interesting. Does it... Well, what are the odds they fizzle now? I guess they're not really. Yeah, it's not really possible they fizzle. Or is it? Okay, it's not possible. Dios mío, that was close. I mean, I don't know if my opponent played bad, like in hindsight maybe, but it's pretty hard to say that they played bad, so I'm not sure if I agree. So like, oh yeah, I died to like your Well of Summer and 2 Pact of Negation, I played bad. Well, I think no amount of playing good is going to help you, really. The Flusterstorm is so bad, protect Ragavan. Yeah, it doesn't counter the song, so that seems like a good use, so good to use. Well, it does protect from a Pact of Negation, etc., so it's not absolutely irrelevant, but... What is deck? Good question. What is deck? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. What is deck? Let's go. Nice deck name, yeah, the deck name was twitch.tv/cancel_mtg, of course. But I think that is going to be, you know, helpful in answering the questions. Also, Twitch chat, did you know that Twitch Prime lets you subscribe to your favorite streamer for free? And that is a great way to show support to some of the Twitchers that you love watching every single day. Game 2 because of Mystical Dispute. Isn't it better starting with Veil than with Song? I draw less cards than... and... that makes it not guarantee. But maybe. Can this deck be better than Living End? Sure. I don't know. Like, Living End is like the safer, good deck. This deck is pretty good. But I wouldn't go as far as call it a better deck than Living End. But let's say every single one of your opponents plays 4 Leyline of the Void, 4 Endurance, 4 Charles of the Void, and 3 Tormod Script. And this deck might be better against that. Can this deck become better than Rhinos? That's for sure, yeah. 55 months up, 2-year badge. Yeah, we need to fix that. For the 5th anniversary of twitch.tv/caster_mtg. Bosseggio matchup. This looks like a buy. They have Bosseggio, so. Sabathon 5th anniversary. Sabathons are a bit sketchy because what if nobody subs, right? Then it's kinda lame. But maybe something else. That's my worst fear, like do a subathon and then like it lasts for 30 minutes and that's it. Smash the daily sub goal because we got 20 gifted subs from a generous viewer we played against in the first round of the preliminary. What if nobody subs? Man with 600 subs. Yeah, but right now we have more than that. Right now I have 752. We also think of some new goals, new stuff. Więcej nam nie trzeba. Dog reveal. I did show Dog on stream a few times. But he's just like a very ground-based creature. And doesn't really like being picked up much, so it's a little bit tough. What is deck? What is a deck? Good question. Ty wsadzasz się sam. Ty kurwa jesteś obleśny cypis, ja pierdolę. Ciura lewa. Barman wódkę mrozi. Dealer koks to wozi. O to chodzi. Mrozi. Dealer koks to wozi. Ja cię lovę. This deck is so base. You say that frequently, but do you think it's strong? It's a better question. I do, but I'm also biased towards liking the decks I build and play with for days. Kaniki ja cię lovę. No, paluszkiem se tam, jak on to powiedział? I always sacrifice Wuburg to show my opponent the way. The deck is medium, but it's super fun to play, so base. Yeah, Gilly Gilly. Arboreal Grazer did not do much, but it did. So I guess we just won Nature's Claim. What is Titan gonna have? Doesn't seem like I need Grape Shot. So I can just have Claim instead. Maybe he won the Turtle because of the Sable Seju matchup. Do you go for Master the Way just to prove a point? Yes, I'm looking for the games where I can't make enough treasures, but I think it's like almost impossible with how you reshuffle the deck. It's like almost impossible to do that. To fail to make enough treasures fizzle in that way. When there is not something else that stands in the way. Hehe, in the way. Master the way. HWDP. Jebać konfidentów, jebać policję. HWDP. So without Grape Shot, Grave Hate is affected against you. Yes, without Grape Shot, you could struggle to win through a Leyline of the Void or Rest in Peace. So like hard Graveyard Hate. Otherwise, since you have 2 Endurance in the deck, It should not be a problem. Like, Tormod script should not be a problem, really. You can wish for where, but to do that you already need to make 4 treasures. So then you will not have... Everything will be exiled, you won't be able to reshuffle. You should name red. I tested Maniac with Tassa for those matches that can side ley lines. No ley lines are not problems. Oh, voila. Can... I guess tutor... because we named the wrong color, we can't. Well, what was I supposed to... I probably was supposed to fetch... Not play around Boseju. But if we fetch the Shockland and enchant it with this naming white, could go Glittering Wish, get where and where the Saga. I chose to play around Boseju instead. Now we're going to die on the next turn. Maybe they won't have the Titan, but... I don't think I have anything to grab. Well, maybe I guess... No, I can't pact for a turtle. I guess World Counter. Alright, Seeming Charm is useless. Probably. How do I have mana to cast Master the Way? I get it with treasures from an offer you can refuse. You might need Graveshot against Leyline of Sanctity even, just so that you can wish, kill Leyline and have enough mana to combo. Although you should be able to Glittering Wish for wear a decent portion of the time. Alright, nothing matters, we died. I mean, it did matter, he could have stopped my opponent from killing me, so I guess that's on me. Should have thought about it. I had Wish, so and they played the Saga, I should have thought about the fact that I want to play Wear on turn 2. Excuse me, Tear, not Wear. We can play Wear. Maybe I would like snap back over a Pact of Negation. Okay, maybe I can draw a ramp spell. Do I mostly bring in Mind Collapse against Teferi? Yeah, Teferi, Karn, and... Let's go, Amulet. Okay, no Amulet. Awesome. So I think a Triumph could make sense, or 2 cringe. I tried playing Raw Green Triumph, and I just drew it. Whenever I drew it, it was so unbelievably bad so often. I think the mana doesn't struggle too much right now. I think you're fine. I think Nilion's website even 3-1 actually would be kinda bad. But thank God it did not happen. I could lose to Boseju here. They didn't float. I think we can play around Boseju. Shouldn't be able to Titan next turn. Can make 2 treasures pass and next turn be like in a much nicer spot against Boseju and not let them spend the mana. Can maybe even make land drop and do everything in the same turn. Claim. Claim is so much weirder because Claim, what the fuck? What? I guess they don't want to let me draw towards the Pact of Negation. Assuming champ for claim. You can use Pact of Negation. The thing is that they're veiled now. We can't kill them through the veil actually. So you'd have to counter the veil. Which we can, but like the veil protects them from Master the Way. Weird chumply. Well, let's just go off. Yeah, weird they brought in Vel. Okay. Draw 2, resolve my counter finally. Okay, was never an issue. But yeah, like this is... You need to be very careful with boarding out of the grave shot because shit like this can happen. Surely there's a world where you can loop your deck enough times to catch them to death. You can, because the deck does not have an infinite loop. The loop does not function as an infinite loop. What is deck? Very good question again. They have a Flusterstorm here. That would actually be unescapable for me and they would win. But thankfully we can hope that the Titan opponent is not going to have Flusterstorm. Alright, let's get under 4-1. Or a 3-2, I guess. Alright, I board out the Force Sprawl anyways. Can have the extra Veil. TBH. Time to Q burn. No, please don't, no. What's like a best sideboard card against burn, bros? I think this deck is favored versus Merktide, as is. I win versus Merktide all the time, so it has to be. Although, if they had like more specific tools for the matchup, then... Heroes Reunion, yeah, sure. Way better to have progress. The win con, trial progress, or like whatever is the name. What specific tools for the matchup could Merktide run? Dumping Sphere? To name one. More Spell Pierce, less Fluster. More Dispute. Trini Sphere. Probably not Trini Sphere. Narset, yeah, Narset would be quite good. Please don't play Narset in your Merktide decks, it's not worth it. Well, Narset seems very powerful, like, would stop my deck from functioning. Wait, what area of the song? What? Play Rambo Seju. Well, not even. I don't even play Rambo Seju. I just didn't look. I already had this song. Would it be better to wait for them to play a spell and keep the bubble for the next turn? Well, I kept the bubble, right? I just... No guarantee that they will play a spell, though. It's the issue. You spend a treasure because if you keep a forest, you can play a 0-cost Utopia Sprawl. It's actually okay. Well, sort of. Okay. Good thing I grabbed the second song. But I said GL. I guess I'll take GL too, because if I say hi now, it's gonna feel awkward. Sleep on the stack. GL, yeah. GL dealing with this. They play Vial too. Like an offer you can refuse because you get 2 mana for 1 mana. Yeah, I kinda don't like it flavorfully because it can be countered, which... Is it an offer you can refuse or an offer you can refuse, right? I don't know if I want removal in this matchup. Maybe Boseju matchup, but not even guaranteed to be a Boseju matchup. Just have the turtle over the well and let's go. Time to put Lavinia back in Hammer. Lavinia is a hate card, but a soft hate card. You can still combo through it. If your 0-drops being countered, it's not really a problem. The bigger problem that comes from Lavinia is the fact that you need 4 or more lands to cast Song, which you don't always have. Sometimes you use Sprawl, right, to ramp, so... That is relevant. But the countering the 0-drops makes you slightly more likely to fizzle, but not by a huge margin. So this is a hate card, but not a top tier hate card, I think. I always find it so clunky that half of Lavinia's can cast another half counters. Yes, clearly a weird design, and it's like always hard to remember, so I need to reread the card, and it's like, okay, so And one works on every spell, and the other one works only on non-creatures, I think. The blue side is the counter side. Oh, and then there's the white side too. How does Turtle protect you from Boseiju? Well, it lets me regrow my song. It's not like super Boseiju protection, but it's kind of Boseiju protection. Punished by fetching the Sacred Foundry. Maybe I should not fetch Sacred Foundry in those spots in case I draw a Sprawl, because that happens a lot. Don't you want zeros that aren't endurance to go to the graveyard to the combo on the combo turn? Question mark. Sure. But what are you asking me about, really? What is the question that you're asking? Because I don't get it. Charles on 1. Charles on 1 means that I guess I don't combo now. But I guess on the next turn it's gonna be easier. Could play the song. I think we just play Explosives for 0. Stream Decker back. Application error. Thank you. First JWST images just dropped. Is it telescope? Chalice as a 0, you can play that disrupts and does that for you. Is it better than E that you can't use in 1 because of Sprawl? Well, Chalice does make you make it a little bit tougher for you to combo, so you shouldn't play Chalice. Wow, very nice galaxies and space things. Insane pictures. But no, this is not a good Chalice deck. Well, Chalice and 0 stops are 0 draws, which is not an issue, but like sometimes you just need to kill things, and the E is pretty good. It's pretty, you know, it clashes with Sprawl, but tough luck, as they say. And the cards end up in your graveyard anyways, besides the explosives. Damn, opponent does a nice deck. Keep the pack because they might have vigor if they keep priority. For 1 and 3-2. Yeah, go back to free sprawl to Vel. Ferry is basically an empty slot. So lucky explosives and packed. Well, I didn't really need the explosives. If I pass a turn, I can just go off with Grape Shot. Although it's a bit harder to combo, so it's easier to kill the Chalice on 1. Alright. I think that's enough streaming for today. I'll come back on Thursday. I'll talk to Mengu. Maybe we're going to battle with some more unbanned cards. Again, what cards like banned cards versus current modern? What cards would you want to see in that environment? Glimpse. Yeah, I was thinking of trying Glimpse of Nature, like combo elves, because I'm actually super curious about that. Because that is something that could very plausibly be like an unban and maybe even a fun one. So I think Glimpse of Nature elves would be a cool thing to try. Punching Fire, KCI, yeah. I think KCI would be just sad, and I don't want to live through that because KCI would be. I don't know how KCI would be supposed to fight through like the kind of interaction. Dark Depths is a bit interesting. There's many ways you could use that card. Skull Clamp. Everyone claims it's way too good, but I'm slightly skeptical. Yeah. There is also the banned cards that are easy to slot into decks, and there are banned cards that are super hard to think because they're just grindy cards and you certainly will not have close to an optimized deck. Hypergenesis would be fine. We tried Hypergenesis a week ago. It was pretty shit. And my build was maybe pretty shit too. Will I be in Bologna this weekend? I will not know. Skullclamp is very easy to slot into the hammer deck. Yeah, Skullclamp is one from the easier to slot, definitely. Dread Return probably could mainly be used as oops all spells. Wincon consolidation instead of having 20 slots dedicated to the Wincon. Instead of spending 20 slots, you would play 4 Narcomoeba, 1 Dread Return, 1 Thassa's Oracle. Or if you draw the maybe Phantasmagorian too. So then you go 1, 2, 3, 7 cards for the Wincon, and the rest can be Thoughtseize Veil of Summer. Prior and Ponder are like. I'm not sure they're interesting to make this type of content about because you just like, I don't know, put it in Murktide and it's hard to notice, right? How big of a difference they really make when you like play 4 matches. Over consider. I assume you would play it over consider. Consider is an instant though. Ponder I think is a huge upgrade. Preordain not so much. Maybe. It's still kinda bad to spend mana and cantrips in modern. Other people play consider so. If you had a 3v3 modern tournament, which decks would you try go? I'll play this, Living In and Blue Red Murktide, and I would hope it works together. Living End shares no cards. I would have problem with Steam Vents, I guess. Would you consider testing never modern legal cards like Allure and maybe under pretense of is it safe for MH3? I think that could be interesting after we would have no more interesting bond cards to play with. I think I would also like to see Deathrite Shaman in action in Modern a little bit. It's another one of those cards where it's a little bit hard to nail it and like play deck that makes sense, but also like not too hard. You build a like good deck and you put the Shaman in there. Presumably, I don't know. And the Deathrite Shaman, I don't know, like people have some like some have Shaman strength in very high estimation. I'm not sure if that's like how true it is, right? In practice it might be true, but also kind of hard to say. It's a, you know, I see Shama, I see Ragavan, and it's not obviously clear to me which card of those two is better. Dark Depths can probably be written off as certainly too good. Since it's near the top of NBLM, sure. But do I want to face a deck with both? Kinda scary, yeah. True. But yeah, like my experience with Shaman is mostly playing it in vintage games and barely does anything in vintage games. Most of the time. I think it's rather a weak card in the formats. On the weaker side. Which, you know, vintage is being vintage and weird stuff happens here. It is a weird card to put in a Hogak deck, yeah. I'm still not sure if it actually makes sense in there. Play the advantage makes you busted though. There's 20 plus cards. To play at all makes you broken. Well, but if you're being played and you're being shit, then you know, I don't know. It's also just not true because then you look at well Trinisphere and how it's the best thing ever in the format, but not in other formats. Yeah, or Merchant Scroll. Thorn of Amethyst. Restricted. Thank you for the raid, Young Dingo. Looting Field, GSZ are all cards worth trying, yeah. Field is interesting. Like, I wonder how it looks with no Uro, in a way. Merchant would see play in Modern if you could get Ancestral. Sure, but it's just to dispel the, you know, the same. Maybe Deathrite Shaman would see play in Modern if you had to pay through Sphere of Resistance, but since you don't, it doesn't, right? GSZ is Gazer, but also a Titan. Yeah, kinda. Not really. Alright, we'll see. Thank you for watching and let's rate 4-1 with Song, 4-1 prelim, 3-2 and 4-1 leagues. I'm going to crush the challenges this weekend and let's rate I don't know, Reduke. See you, bros.